Chairman, you can start at will.
Okay, good morning to all those who are listening. This is the May 7th Stormwater Management Committee meeting. This is our official call to order. I'm going to start this morning by asking each of our committee members to state their name as I call your name and just indicate whether or not you're present. So you'll just need to press on your mic as you do so. So Ms. Stokes.
Carrie Stokes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Dale.
Roy Dale, present.
Ms. Maddox.
Here.
Dr. Gomez Velez.
Jesus Gomez Velez, present.
And it looks like Ms. Adams Taylor is absent. So everyone being accounted for, I appreciate your presence and your service here today. Okay, so we're going to post on the screen a call-in number for the members of the public to call in. You will be queued at the appropriate time when you will be speaking about a particular case. So there'll be an operator that will be guiding you all along the way. And I don't see that call-in number right now. So Mr. Mishu, would you like to state that call-in number for everyone, please? Okay, so we'll get that posted in just a minute. Just to keep things rolling, I'll go ahead and take care of some of the legal business that we need to take care of. The first thing I need to do is just to mention that Governor Bill Lee has issued an executive order number 16 that authorizes us to have telephonic meetings as permitted during this COVID-19 pandemic. So I'd like to ask a committee member to propose a motion related to Governor Lee's Executive Order 16, which will authorize us to proceed with this meeting today telephonically and on the internet.
Mr. Chair, this is Teresa Costonis with Legal. May I speak?
Hey, Miss. Yes, you sure may, Miss Costonis.
Thank you. That's correct, that the executive order suspends some of the regular requirements of the Tennessee Open Meetings Act in order to enable us to meet electronically. It is conditioned on a motion being made. And the motion should include that the business of the committee is essential business of the metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically at this time is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
Okay, so if one of you committee members would like to press the hand button to be recognized, that way I'll know who is going to propose that motion. And while someone is thinking about making that motion, looks like Mr. Dale is going to make that motion in just a minute. I'll just call everyone's attention to the phone number on the screen to call in to comment as members of the public on any of the cases that we have here today. 629-255-1919. 629-255-1919. So at this point, I'll recognize Mr. Dale. I assume he's going to make us a motion.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we follow directive by the state of Tennessee. We have critical business within the city that needs to be looked at in our duties, and much of what we do involves the public safety and welfare, and is essential to the government. And therefore, I make a motion that we have a telephonic meeting in order to conduct our business.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Appreciate that very much. Is there any committee member who would like to second that motion? Looks like Ms. Stokes is asking to be recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Okay, the motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no electronic hands, I'll call for a vote and we'll do a roll call vote. I'll call your names one at a time. You'll just come on the screen. I'll introduce you by name, and then if you'll just confirm that that's who's speaking and your vote yes or no or abstain. So at this time, Ms. Stokes, what is your vote?
Carrie Stokes, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes. Mr. Dale, what is your vote?
Roy Dale, yes.
Ms. Maddox, what is your vote?
Ann Maddox, yes.
Dr. Gomez Velez, what is your vote?
Jesus Gomez Velez, yes.
Thank you all. The motion has been passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So now we need to proceed to the items of business on our agenda. Really appreciate everyone's patience in working with this new electronic process, and we'll do our best to keep things moving. So we need to move to an item of business, which is approving the March 5th, 2020 minutes and decision letters. I'm going to ask everyone to be mindful of any edits or corrections that they would like to make. So I'll first request of committee members if anyone has any edits that they'd like to propose in terms of a motion, and we'll take care of those first. And then I'd like to suggest that if once we're completed with that process, that someone offer a motion to approve the minutes and decision letters in one motion to kind of keep things moving. So what's the preference of the committee at this point? And please feel free to peruse your minutes just like we normally do during a live public meeting. We usually pause to take a few moments just to make sure we've checked everything we need to check. So feel free to do that. So we'll wait for someone to signify with an electronic hand signal that they have a motion, either for edits, corrections, or for the approval of the minutes and decision letters. Again, I'd like to encourage members of the public to call in to comment on today's cases. This is an unusual opportunity to participate in your local government's business. And, please feel free to call in. You will be directed by an operator as to when you will speak. And so it's very simple and very easy if you'd like to participate. So at this time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Maddox.
This is Anna Maddox. I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes and decision letters as written.
All right, so we have a motion that's been offered to approve the minutes and the decision letters of our last board meeting. Is there a second?
This is Roy Dale, and I second that motion.
Mr. Dale has seconded that motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Dr. Gomez Velez, would you like to comment on the motion?
No, I was just gonna second it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, hearing no discussion on the motion, we'll go through a roll call vote again. I'll call you by name. If you'll confirm that that's who's speaking, and then state your vote, and then we'll record your vote. So, Ms. Stokes, how do you vote on the motion to approve the minutes and decision letters?
Carrie Stokes, in favor.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes. Mr. Dale.
Roy Dale in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Ms. Maddox.
Anna Maddox in favor.
Thank you, Ms. Maddox. Dr. Gomez Velez.
Jesus Gomez Velez in favor.
Thank you. All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay, that takes care of our business. Really appreciate our technology folks and our stormwater staff and management for making this work so seamlessly and so effectively today. So we're ready for our first case. So Mr. Logan Bowman is going to introduce our first case, but before we do that, well, actually, Mr. Bowman, are you going to read the writ of certiorari?
Yes,
statement?
I will do that too. Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
This is Logan Bowman with Metro Water Development Services. I'm going to read the opening statement to the applicant. If you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Stormwater Management Committee, you may appeal the decision by filing for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the committee's decision. You're advised to seek the independent advice of legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been satisfied. Case number 1 on the agenda is case number 2020-0001, River North Phase 1 at 520 Challenge Street, APN 082060A 00200C0 and 021000500. Inspector is Denise Johns. Council District 5, Sean Parker. Case was previously deferred on February 6, 2020. Case was previously deferred on March 3rd, 2020. Applicant's request is to allow the following: uncompensated fill in the floodplain, postpone the compensating cut that is required to offset the fill. The appellant is Monroe Infrastructure LLC, represented by Civil Site Design Group PLLC, Kevin Gangler. Comments: Stormwater staff requests that the applicant provide floodplain storage compensation in accordance with Stormwater Management Manual Volume 1, Chapter 5.5.6, Paragraph 1, that states all dredged or cut materials shall be removed from the site before fill materials can be delivered, unless all fill material is generated on site. Codes had no comment provided. Planning approved. And Greenways had the following comment. Parks requests that the applicant assure that in the final grading and drainage plan for this project, the greenway connectivity and construction from the north to south limits of the site, as well as from the greenway to the proposed pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure and proposed buildings within development, can be accomplished per ADA Metro Greenway standards. Given the grading and drainage plans submitted for this variance request and any anticipated riverbank stabilization needs.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Does that conclude your introductory remarks?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate that. Okay, so at this time, we're going to ask our applicant to turn on their mic, and you've got approximately 10 minutes to make your presentation. We'll ask you to feel free to point out specific features on the screen that might inform the committee members of the public, give them a little more insight as to your proposals. If there's a specific screen that you would like to have displayed at a particular time, feel free to ask for that. Just state which image that is. And, there's a wonderful staff member who's prepared to meet that need at your request. So at this time, I'll turn over to the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Gangler, Civil Site Design Group, Nashville, Tennessee.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So this is the River North project. We were in front of you several months ago to request non-compensating fill. I'm going to try to recap and summarize that meeting as best I can, and then try to follow that up with a little bit of additional information. So in that meeting, we showed that in phase one, the River North development is proposing to build the roads shown on your screen that are basically shaded, that you can see: Road A, Road B, Road C, Road D. And in order to build that, the entire River North development is in the floodplain or within the floodplain. Roughly the flood elevation in this area is 414.6. The existing ground is in the 411, 412 range. So all development will need to place fill in order to get out of the floodplain, and that includes the roads. This project is a joint effort between the Metro government and the landowner to develop these, the infrastructure to encourage development on the East Bank, which has been a longstanding, I guess, issue in Nashville to have the East Bank and the east part of the river developed. So this is a joint effort with the government to do that. So the overall plan for this development is for each land development to provide compensating cut for their project and their pro rata share of the public road infrastructure fill. And so we have performed a calculation and provided each property buyer a requirement as part of the sale of the property that they have to provide a certain amount of floodplain storage in the floodplain on their property, and we've given them that that requirement and that criteria. Once all of the developable land in phase one is developed, then the compensating cut required for both the land development and the roads will have been accomplished, and it'll be in excess of the existing storage that's out there today, based on our calculations. So that's how we plan to create the compensating cut for this. In the meantime, the developer and the city need to build the roads. In order to build the roads, they have to fill them up out of the flood elevation. And to do that, we're asking to allow us to postpone the compensating cut for required to build these roads. The amount that we're talking about is 30,322 cubic yards. To give you an idea, if you go back, Logan, to the plan that shows the cross sections, the FEMA cross sections. So if you look at those FEMA cross sections, there are 3 that run through the River North development. And then there's one to the south or the right on the screen and one to the north. So if you took the volume of the floodplain storage between the southern cross section and the northern cross section, in those 5 cross sections, the volume of that floodplain storage is approximately 4.8 million of floodplain storage currently today. And we're asking to allow us to postpone the compensating cut for 30,000 yards. That's less than 1/10 of 1% of the floodplain storage. So we brought this to the committee several months ago, and the committee talked about it and then asked us the question that we did not have an answer to, and that was, if we fill these roads, will we raise the flood elevation of the Cumberland River in this area? And the committee member from, that's a faculty member of Vanderbilt, asked, while we're checking that, would we check for the 500 year as well? So that was our task to do that. We went back, did our flood analysis for just the fill in the floodplain, using just the roads and not the rest of the property. And we determined that we would raise the flood elevation of the river by 0.01 feet for the 100 year and 0.02 feet for the 500 year. And that, for easier kind of understanding, 0.01 feet is approximately 1/8 of an inch. And to understand how 1/8 of an inch is, if you put 2 quarters together, the thickness of that is 1/8 of an inch. For the 500 year, it's just under 1/4 of an inch. And again, 4 quarters is a little over 1/4 of an inch. That gives you a sense of the amount that we would raise the flood elevation based on our calculations for the 100 and the 500 year for this postponed compensating cut. And then we submitted that. Logan asked for a copy of that model. We sent it to him. He's reviewed it with others, and he sent us a request last week, middle of last week, to make some adjustments to our model, specifically to adjust a couple of the cross sections, add some ineffective flow areas on the Topgolf property. We did that, have not been able to, I mean, that was a little late breaking for us to be able to get that back. So we have not submitted that back to Logan yet, but it did not change the results of our model. So I wanted to point out that the FEMA guidelines, first of all, the FEMA maps are, if you look at a FEMA flood map, they are to the nearest foot. They don't use any significant figures beyond the even foot. The flood insurance study, if you look at that, it's more detailed. They run the significant figure an extra to 1/10. So the FEMA maps and the FEMA flood studies are to the nearest 1/10. We're talking about 100th and 200ths for the 500 year. The FEMA guidelines require that the precision of these models is to the nearest 1/10. That's their guidelines. So I understand we can calculate this to the 100th, to the 1,000th, or further. However, that's not the precision that FEMA uses based on their guidelines. So we're here to share that information with you and ask that you allow us to postpone a compensating cut for this for a period while the development takes place. To provide you some assurances, the property owner is committed to, if development has not removed the amount of compensating cut necessary to accomplish for these road fields, 30,000 yards, within 7 years, he will remove the material at that point. So I guess that's our extra information. That's our answer to your questions. And we're asking for your approval for this postponed compensating cut.
Thank you, Mr. Gangware. So at this time, we usually take comments from the public before we go to committee member questions and staff input. I'm assuming that concludes Mr. Gangware's entire presentation. Is that correct, Mr. Gangware?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That really appreciate it. So at this time, we'll ask if there are any members of the public who've been queued up to comment. I will add that due to the technology, we're unable to separate those who are in favor versus those who might be against, who are expressing their opinions in regard to this proposal, this variance proposal. So if I'm sure the operator will be giving you guidance on how to state your comments, your feedback to the committee. But please, if you would, make sure you state at the beginning your name, your address, and whether you're for or against this proposal. So do we have anyone who's queued up to speak at this time?
This is Penny. There are not any callers.
Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. So at this time, seeing that there are no public feedback, are there any council representatives who'd like to be recognized at this time? All right, seeing none. Looks like Mr. Dale has his hands raised. And before I recognize Mr. Dale, I just want to encourage all the committee members and staff that if you want to speak, be sure and click on the electronic hand sign. Please keep in mind that I can't see all of the names on one screen at one time. I have to scroll up and down the screen to see if someone has their hand raised. And so if I miss you, please forgive me. We'll get back to you.
Mr. Chair.
And when you get through speaking, please click off your hand so that we'll know that you're no longer speaking. Yes, Mr. Mishu.
Just letting you know that there is nobody also at the Sunny West Conference Room here to speak in favor or against the case.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. So just for clarification, we provided 2 opportunities today for members of the public to provide input on these various proposals, both by call in and by a live location at the Sunny West Conference. So we currently have no one. So Mr. Dale, thanks for your patience. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Roy Dale, and I have a question from the applicant. So Kevin, can you hear me?
I'm here.
Okay. Are the buildings, have they been demolished or are they currently on the site?
Roy, most of the buildings have been demolished. There are 2 remaining, and they show up. On your screen, the one that's on the far left where you're touching now, that one is to remain, and that will be reused, repurposed, and brought into compliance in accordance with the metro requirements for flood plain development. All of the other buildings that you're looking at on the screen will all be demolished. And as I understand from my client, the demolition contractor is scheduled to start this week to take the buildings down. He won't disturb the land or the foundations or the slabs, but he will take the buildings down. And by the way, there were several other buildings, and you can see the footprint of them on the north part of this screen. Yeah, there was a building there that has already been taken down.
I was just curious about, did you take in consideration the displacement that those buildings occurred? Did you ask for any credit for the removal of those buildings from your storage calculations?
We have not.
It could be significant. I was just sort of doing the scale of these buildings.
It is, yeah, it is significant, but that was not in our model to take out. We did some previous modeling on this, and we met with Roger and Tom and Logan and Steve and the Corps guys. This was a year ago or more, and did some modeling, and the Corps, helped us understand the complexity of these models and what they're, what level they should be used for. And so we have taken out all the storage for these buildings out of that model.
So like when you did your hydraulic model, it doesn't take in consideration the existence of these buildings?
No, again, initially had it that way, and the Corps explained to us that they don't, and if you look at their models, they don't show buildings in their cross sections.
Okay.
They adjust with a overbank roughness coefficient to make up for that. As I understand it, I've just dispensed everything I know about head grass, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously been around for a number of years, unfortunately, and I've worked on just about every parcel in Davidson County. And I mean, I'm aware of this property. I know there was a lot of outside storage on this property as well throughout its years. So I think you could probably much make a case that a lot of materials that have already been removed probably helps you with your request for uncompensated fill. But I'll let everybody else talk. I'll get off for now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dale. Really appreciate your questions there. While we're waiting for other committee members to ponder comments and questions for the applicant, let me see if I can ask a couple of clarifying questions and to state some observations. So I think these photographs, the photograph that's in front of us now is probably very helpful to the public and the committee. We can see this is a pre-developed site. It's just, if memory serves me correct, it's just downstream of downtown. The riparian buffer is shown here with having several large access points. There's been a lot of disturbance to the buffer and the floodplain. So this is not a natural site. Do we have any images of flooding from the 2010 flood for this particular site, Ms. Dawn? And I do want to recognize Ms. Rebecca Dawn is providing the electronic images for us here today, as usual, like she does in our normal live meetings. We both have her and Mr. Bowman helping us with this particular case. So while she's looking for that, I want to mention that the applicant, I want to remind us all, the applicant is asking for a compensating fill. He is acknowledging that there is a small rise and in the thousandths of a decimal. I guess that particular point, thank you, Ms. Dillon, thanks for providing that image. I guess this would be an important point to maybe bring up, to ask Mr. Lindsay or Mr. Palco to comment on flood insurance implications for Davidson County, given the small decimal rise that has been calculated here, and given the fact that this site is part of what we did experience in terms of flooding in the past. So who would like to respond to the insurance question? Mr. Lindsay, Mr. Palco, Mr. Hunt.
So as a question again, if there's a rise in the river, what's that implication? Is that kind of the question?
Yeah, if the committee were to let's just kind of take the scenario. This is not proposing a way to that we should vote or that we should. I'm not trying to encourage anybody to accept the application as exactly as presented, but let's deal with the scenario that we accept this variance as presented with this rise as calculated. What do you all think would be the interpretation for insurance purposes and FEMA policy in Davidson County?
Okay, so yes, this is Tom Palco, Assistant Director of Metro Water Services. So really the issue with the issue with flood insurance is whether or not Nashville, Davidson County is in good standing with the National Flood Insurance Program. So there is a process whereby variances can be heard and can be allowed. At what point does granting a variance kick us out of compliance with FEMA's minimum regulations? We're audited every so often, and we just had a community assistance visit back last fall and we're actually still waiting for some results of that. One thing that we had to provide in the fall was every decision letter from the committee for every case that included floodplain development. So they're currently looking at your record, the committee's record on cases. So at this point, I have no reason to believe that anything the committee has done in the past has caused us any issues with our compliance, meeting the minimum standard. Because again, the minimum standards do allow a process for a committee to grant variances. So we're actually, FEMA's like everybody else. This COVID has taken them off their normal duties. We were expecting a letter from FEMA in the end of January related to materials we sent in our visit, and as of yet, we've not received anything. So just to say that they're currently reviewing the records from the Stormwater Committee. They're going to be looking at the cases, and they'll let us know if there's any issues. But as of today, I don't have any reason to believe that anything we've done in the past has caused us any compliance issues.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Palco. Anyone else from staff would like to comment on that particular question?
Dodd, this is Roger Lindsay. Just relative to, and I apologize, it took me an hour to get logged in this morning because it's the first time I've used WebEx. But this is a first phase of development in River North, and I know that it's been a good number of months since a lot of these discussions took place relative to the mapping and modeling and our conversations with the Corps. But perhaps maybe Kevin, if you can refresh my memory, that if this first phase creates a little bit of a rise, how much is that rise? And is it anticipated that subsequent phases of work in River North will offset that rise, or because there's some pretty rigorous requirements in the NFIP program, relative to not causing a rise at all, and it's often and it usually is the position of this committee that we go to great extremes to avoid creating a rise because it is one of the stipulations that we don't do development in floodplains that causes a rise. It's interesting to note just in the picture that's on the screen right now that we do have a higher bluff on the west side of the river at that point as it passes through and below downtown, such that the great extent of the floodplain is on the east side of the river and in fact covers that entire River North area. So is there, can Kevin, you may have already touched on this before I talk about logjam.
Yes, Roger, thank you. First, let me say, goodness gracious, Roger, I'm glad to hear your voice. I had no idea that you had gone through all the difficulties you've gone through, so I'm glad you're well. But thank you for your question.
I appreciate it.
I had touched on that just maybe right before you got here. So first of all, this request is for a postponement. We're not asking for non-compensating cut permanently. This is, as you know, Roger, we've proposed that each development in the River North Phase 1 will provide compensating cut for their development. They also will provide their pro rata share for the roadway infrastructure fill that will be placed. And when all of the lots that are available to be developed in Phase 1 are developed, then there'll be more floodplain storage volume than what's there today because we've been conservative with our estimate number. So again, this is a postponement of that, not a long term. And the developer or the property owner rather is made a commitment to put a sunset even on that request, that if within 7 years the land has not been developed to the point to make up for the road infrastructure, then then the developer will remove the remaining amount of earth necessary to create that compensating cut. And then we did run through an analysis, a HECRAS analysis, Roger, and calculated that there was a 0.01 feet of rise during the 100-year. So we're not suggesting there's not a rise, there is, but it's 0.01 feet for the 100-year and 0.02 feet for the 500-year. And then I pointed out to the committee that based on the FEMA information, that their precision requirement is to the nearest tenth. And that their maps and calculations, that they publish are to the nearest, either to the nearest foot for the maps or to the nearest tenth for the FIS studies, and that we're down to the nearest, to a hundredth. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, Mr. Lindsay, could you remind everyone of your role at Metro, and do you have a response to that comment?
Certainly. My title, I guess, is that I'm the practice leader for stormwater and floodplain management. So I play a role in a good bit of the work associated with defining requirements for development in floodplains, and Tom and I together do a lot of work relative to our maps, the flood insurance rate maps. In fact, we're in the process right now of reviewing another 60 panels that are being modified by FEMA right now. So there's a lot of, has been in recent years and continues to be a lot of work associated with updating and keeping our maps as up to date and as accurate as we can keep them. And and I will say that it's just kind of amazing to me that that FEMA struggles so with defining what an allowable or an appropriate rise is. It's a topic of that I think a lot of people just prefer not to even bring up. But the fact that the rise at the 100-year flood level is 0.01, and we know that there are assumptions made in the course of modeling, and a good bit of the discussion that took place between Kevin and his team, and we had conversations and meetings with the Corps of Engineers, Barry Moran, Brantley Thames at the time, that team, and the way we deal with the features on this site, the fact that this first building in this site is right along the banks of the river, and certainly that impacts the remainder of the site. It's a valuable piece of property. It's important to the city of Nashville, and the proposals that are before us today and will be before us in years to come go toward creating a really important new development for the city, and I think it's our feeling that we need to do what we need to do to ensure that we create what's the word I'm looking for? That we acknowledge the approach toward developing this site, while at the same time acknowledging the fact that we do have requirements to meet relative to the National Flood Insurance Program. The tweaking of assumptions that go into the model, the way we, instead of modeling around buildings, we adjust the coefficients for the roughness along the banks and things like that, and then we look at that 0.01 rise and wonder what that really means. That's kind of a relatively small amount. That's kind of where it's at best sometimes seems to be kind of a fuzzy issue to have to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Okay, at this time, I have people waiting to be recognized. Have Ms. Costonis and Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt, I'm inclined to go with our legal counsel's input first, so if you'll be patient a little bit longer, I'll recognize Ms. Costonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a little bit of a comment, I think, to supplement what Mr. Palco and what Mr. Lindsay have just advised. I'm not immediately familiar with how FEMA audits, but my assumption, and I'm sure Mr. Palco and Mr. Lindsay can correct me if this would be wrong, would be that among the things that they would audit for would be to determine whether our committee's rules and procedures follow the FEMA guidelines, which they do, and whether we comply with the rules and procedures that are adopted in compliance with those guidelines. And so, although I've read this to the committee many times, I wanted to just go back to the conditions for variances that are in our rules and procedures, because they do, in a very general way, speak to the issue on the table. So it's in number 4 in the rules and procedures, conditions for variances. Variances shall only be issued upon a determination that variance is in minimum necessary considering the flood hazard to afford relief. Variances shall only be issued upon a showing of good and sufficient cause, a determination that failure to grant the variance would result in exceptional hardship, and a determination that the granting of a variance will not result in increased flood heights, additional threats to public safety, or extraordinary public expense, create nuisance, cause fraud on or victimization of the public, or conflict with existing local laws or ordinances. So that determination that the granting of a variance will not result in increased flood heights, I think, is maybe the relevant language for this particular variance request. The rules and procedures do not in any way expand upon the meaning of that language. So I would defer to what Mr. Lindsay said in terms of the debate that has occurred about what a no-rise means. I have not researched that specifically for the purposes of today's meeting. Perhaps I should have anticipated that and done that in advance, but I didn't think of it. I know that he is right, that there has been some debate about that in the past. I believe that a long time ago, at least, maybe that issue had come before this committee. But I do not recall the outcome of that particular case.
Thank you, Ms. Costonis. I feel compelled just to comment briefly on your helpful input there. I know in the past I've been on record saying in regard to this type of modeling that it's important for all of us as representatives of the public interest here today to keep in mind that we have sort of two challenges here, and it partially reflects on Dr. Gomez Velez's question about the 500-year flood rise impact. Although that's not a regulatory concern, raising flood heights in higher floods is a concern, potentially inflicting increased damage on adjacent properties is a concern. The recent reflection that we've been undertaking in the news media about the 10-year anniversary of the flood brings to mind that we're operating in a little bit different world today. Our weather events are a little more intense, a little more unpredictable, more frequent. Matter of fact, this has been documented all across the eastern United States in terms of higher frequency, higher intensity rainfall events, which a lot of these models are based on. These models are based upon previous climatic conditions and weather patterns, and we now have new weather patterns and new climatic conditions that that the models might not properly reflect. And so in my past recollection of these types of discussions, I know I personally, as one individual board member, as one voting member, a chair doesn't control the majority of the vote by any means, I've expressed concern that compensating cuts, and I realize we're not dealing with a compensating cut today, we're dealing with a deferral of time until future phases of this project can be undertaken. But it's that period of time that I know a couple of committee members were reflecting on in the previous board discussion that we're all concerned about, what flooding would occur during the period of time before the developer has a chance to remove that fill if they decide not to go with the project, or to add those compensating cuts to offset the fills. And it's potentially a 7-year time span, and it does make you wonder why we can't do better than the model in this kind of circumstance, given this history and given this new normal that we're dealing with. So with that, I just want to touch base to make sure that what Mr. Hunt might not have something to say. I know he withdrew his electronic hand signal. Mr. Hunt, I just out of courtesy, just want to make sure that we didn't bypass your input. Is there anything you'd like to say before I recognize Dr. Gomez-Velez?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Mr. Gomez-Velez at this point.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, Dr. Gomez-Velez, you're recognized.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'd like to, well, first to commend the applicant for doing the effort and, going through, the additional modeling that was discussed during the previous meeting. I think that's very valuable and really adds to the discussion. And sort of, I have a couple of questions that regarding these modeling efforts and sort of the predictions of how much the water level is going to increase under these circumstances. And maybe this is a question for both the applicant and the engineering staff that have been sort of, my understanding is you have been working together to look at these modeling results. And so the first one is, when you look at these models from HECRAS, the roughness coefficients, just to give you an example, they can vary over an order of magnitude. Let's just say typically an order of magnitude. And that's common, right? And there's a calibration process, and typically that calibration process is done by trying to reproduce some observations. And again, this is a highly uncertain parameter. So I'm curious, how do you select the roughness coefficients for this particular simulation? And the other question, related to this is, do you validate these observations? For instance, if you try to reproduce with those parameters that you choose, let's say, a pretty obvious case here, the 2010 event, do you roughly reproduce that event? Or have you used any other type of validation approach? And to me, this is important, right? Because models are useful. I think they tell us a lot about what's happening here. But it would be important not just to quantify how much thing is rising, but also how good the model is in reproducing the conditions in this site.
Thank you, Professor. This is Kevin Gangware. So the model that we use is the model provided to us from the Corps of Engineers. And the Corps of Engineers has modeled hundreds and hundreds of miles of streams in Davidson County. Not just in this last round of FEMA map updates, but that's what they do. And so And as I understand it, we have a couple of engineers here in Nashville at the Corps of Engineers who are national experts in floodplain modeling and hydraulic analysis in Barry Moran. So, and he's the one who's, I think, the Metro engineers and us have certainly talked to and kind of relied on. So we certainly believe that the model that we're using, which is the Corps of Engineers model, is as good and as accurate as they come. You're correct that the overland roughness coefficients vary from, 0.065 to 0.1. So there is a range there. However, again, the Corps has helped us understand and educate us on how they use those roughness coefficients in these areas. In this case, an urban developed area. So we have not changed the roughness coefficients. We have not other programs or models to try to validate this. We rely on, we believe that the HEC-RAS model and the Corps of Engineers is the gold standard nationally. And I think Tom and Roger and Logan can speak to that more apt than I can about that, but we are using their model. That's the criteria by which we are called to design to and buy, and that's what we've used. So to use other programs and other models is not something, at least in the development and review regulatory community, that I think is common.
Dr. Gomez-Velez, do you have any other comments?
Yeah, I can see, I do agree with your comment, right? So HEC-RAS and these models are the standard for the nation, and they're used everywhere. That said, right, they are validated at relatively coarser scales, and I'm just curious, right? So when you start using these models that are meant to see how flooding is occurring over very large scales, but then you're trying to predict and make decisions at a scale of a particular site, which is a much smaller scale, I think it makes sense. And by the way, I'm not asking here for other models or additional simulations, but rather like, do you reproduce what has happened in the past in this particular site? We have been seeing all these images here, these pictures of what happened in the 2010 flood, how far it went. And I think this is very illustrative, right? With your model, without changing anything, right? You could literally just see, do I get something that roughly reproduces this pattern of inundation? And that's just a sanity check to make sure that a model that has been implemented for very long areas, very long domains along these rivers, it's able to reproduce the details of the area that we care about in this case. And so that's my only concern about this. And I think it's important just to check that the model, while it's giving us a number, is giving us a number that actually it's consistent with the particular site that you're looking at.
Thank you, Dr. Gomez-Velez. I think Mr. Roy Dale's been waiting patiently to speak. Then I'll recognize Mr. Hunt. Unless you have anything else, Dr. Gomez-Velez.
No, no, I'm good. Thank
you. Mr. Dale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Roy Dale again. Personally, I feel like that they have accomplished, in my opinion, that there is a no rise. As had been noted when you're doing these modelings, I know that whoever did their model did their very best to replicate exactly what they felt like the conditions were on their site. They didn't try to fake any roughness numbers, which I'm sure they could have adjusted this to make this to be exactly 0.00. but it's 0.01. So in my opinion, 0.01, based upon a level of, I don't know if it's called inaccuracy, but based upon, this is not an exact science, I would think that a level of 0.01, in my opinion, represents an actual no rise. I have a question for the chairman, however. And normally when we consider variances, I know when we consider variances and buffers, we ask for forms of mitigation. But in areas like this, where someone's coming before the committee and they're asking for variance, do we ask for mitigation based upon uncompensated fill? That's a question.
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question, Mr. Dale. In the past, at sites where we've had smaller scale flood rise, compensating fill concerns, we have not, as a committee, voted to require it.
Okay.
However, I do think the applicant is mindful of the fact that this is a different scale than we've dealt with in the past, and they're offering a compensating cut in the future. They're asking for a deferral today of that compensating cut, and I think it's also fair to say that at this scale, in the context of these changing weather patterns that we're experiencing, that it behooves us to be very cautious about how we go about making this decision for the reasons that Ms. Costonis and our stormwater management have addressed earlier. I would like to add that I do understand Dr. Gomez-Velez's comments, maybe a little bit differently than Mr. Dale just stated it. It's Mr. Gangwer has done exactly what we asked him to do. He's presented excellent, very thorough presentation with the procedures and the standard models we use. The issue here is, and I've learned this in the past, that some models, these types of models, originally designed for large-scale gross analysis, which have their birth in reservoir projects, federal flood control and reservoir projects. And so to try to adapt these models to smaller parcels, even a parcel this big, is a little challenging. In fact, I worked with the Corps of Engineers in Nashville on trying to apply new applications of HECRAS modeling for bioretention systems for very, very small site analysis to properly integrate infiltration of bioretention structures and higher permeability than those models typically calculate. Evapotranspiration that typically hasn't always been as accurate as it could be to account for what we've learned about the way trees and spongy landscaping behaves, or how it behaves on a landscape, not just the coefficients of roughness, but the amount of water removed by those rougher, spongier landscapes. So that being said, Mr. Dale, does that answer your question?
Yes, I noticed on some of the photographs earlier, it showed a lot of scouring along the riverbank. So my question to Kevin is, in the future, is there some type of protection being proposed in these areas?
Thank you, Roy. Yes, as coincidence would have it, the Parks Department, so the River North Development is proposing a greenway for the full length of the river once the development's complete, which will be almost a mile. And so that'll be a kind of a long linear park along the top of the bank. And also we'll kind of reforest that edge where you can see currently there's pavement and gravel and those kind of things. We'll kind of rebuffer that. But so the parks and the Planning Department and Metro Stormwater have said, what about this erosion on the banks and the stabilization of the banks? Do we need to do something about that? And so the developer has engaged an expert in this field from North Carolina who has this understudy, the bank stabilization, and he'll make recommendations if the bank needs some shoring up. He'll make the recommendations for that.
Is it possible that that could be done in this first phase?
I don't know, and I don't think so, because it's part of a different project. There's a proposed pedestrian bridge over the river that comes with this, and a proposed park, and the funds that go with that are not in this first round of funding that the developer and the city have worked together on. So I think it's in the next stage. It's still in phase one as far as location, but I don't think it's in the first, part of construction.
Okay. So, we really are water quality board too. That's why I asked that. I would like to hear some other committee members.
Mr. Dale, what did you just say? I missed that.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to remind everybody that we are really a water quality board as well. So we're not just stormwater, flood elevation protection, that kind of thing. One of our primary duties is water quality. And so I just felt it is incumbent on me to, based upon the photograph that was given to me, that you're seeing on your screen right now, if you can see it, there is a significant amount of erosion along the riverbank within this first phase of the development as presented on this overall highlighted yellow area. And that's why I asked this question.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Appreciate that as always. Okay, so if I'm going to summarize where we are, the primary issue, we have really two issues in front of us. One, we're being asked for a deferral of the compensating cut. I want to encourage everybody also to keep your speakers turned down as low as you can so we don't get feedback, and to keep your mics off. But secondly, there is some concern raised by at least, there have been some questions posed by one board member about the flood rise and the models. I've raised concerns about the current climate and weather patterns that we're experiencing, and how models may not account for off-site damages through these through a potential flood rise, even a small one. I think Mr. Gangler characterized one of those rises as approximately an inch in flood height. Mr. Gangler, am I correct in something like that way? Which storm event did you say that was for, the 100-year or the 500-year?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Kevin Gangware. That is, so it is an 1/8 of an inch for the 100-year, a 1/4 inch for the 500. When you have a second, I would like to respond to Dr. Gomez Velez's comments.
Please go ahead.
So a couple of things. Dr. Gomez Velez had asked about had we, I guess, confirmed the modeling, and I wanted to point out that we did run the model for the 500-year. The elevations in our model for the 500-year come to about 420.1 thereabouts. That matches the models for the HECRAS. It matches the floodplain modeling that's shown on the Metro GIS. If you look at the 500-year flood elevation, it follows the 420 contour, which again matches the information in our model. So there is at least that level of check. And then to your point, Mr. Chairman, about the and Dr. Gomez-Velez is about the use of this massive modeling tool for a very small area. I agree. I mean, the drainage basin for the Cumberland River is over 12,000 square miles. We are using it for a small area. However, we are also called by FEMA and the Metro government to use this same model to create floodplain analysis for areas of 1 square mile. So it is a tool that's used, you know, in a wide variety of drainage basins, and so I do believe it's applicable for this. I understand that the results, you know, I guess I understand Dr. Gomez-Velez's comments on this. And then lastly, to the attorney's point, you know, no rise if the requirements in the FEMA guidelines are for a precision of 0.1, we can calculate it again to the 100,000ths or 10,000ths. We provided information to the 100th, but based on FEMA guidelines printed, we should be at a precision of 0.1. If we do that, then this would show, you know, no particular rise, but to be completely transparent, we wanted to let you know these are what our calculations showed.
And Mr. Gangor, while I got you on here, can you remind us which party is going to be primarily responsible for the fill that you're describing? And you said something about Public Works in our last discussion.
Well, yeah. So again, this is this development, phase 1 of the roads, which is the issue we're discussing, is a joint effort between the metropolitan government, the mayor's office, starting with Mayor Berry, and then Briley, and now Cooper, and the landowner. And so there's a funding through the Metro Public Works Department to build this infrastructure. So that's how Public Works is involved, but it's the metropolitan government. But the person who's responsible for the sunset commitment will be the landowner himself, not the metropolitan government. And so if the developments do not occur at the pace necessary to provide this compensating cut, within 7 years, the developer is committed to removing the remaining amount.
But would Metro Government Public Works be the actual entity that would construct the fill, the floodplain?
They're not. Yeah, no, they're not. I mean, this is a funding from the government. The money comes from the Public Works Department through that department, but it would be the developer will employ a construction company to do the work.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, you had made a concern about 7 years, which I get, you know, that is a long time. There is a method to that period as far as how we came up with that. But if reducing that, you know, to 5 years, say, it is something more comfortable, you know, I'm sure our developer would be, you know, agreeable to that.
Okay, I think Mr. Hunt was next, and then Dr. Gomez-Velez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I had a brief sort of pragmatic question relating to this. And I am Michael Hunt. I'm manager of the Stormwater Quality Group that includes the grading permit inspectors who oversee grading permit sites to include during and through project completion. And we work in association with development services to make sure things such as cut and fill balances are achieved. And I had a question for the applicant, and this maybe is part question, part comment, but on sites that are large in the floodplain and that span several years, sometimes the cut and fill balance calculation determinations get very complicated, particularly if the sites have plan modifications. And I was just curious, is there a plan to do intermediate cut and fill assessments? Sometimes that helps. I was just interested. Obviously, that's going to be very important to this project when it moves forward. Is there a plan how you're going to be assessing the cut and fill balances, especially if you're looking for there to be some ongoing cut and fill issue through as much as 7 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And the answer to that, is yes. Your astute engineering group has already requested and required that we create a spreadsheet that would follow each development. So again, as each development gets developed, they will be providing their own calculations for their own compensating cut and fill, because we don't know whether they're going to build one building on 6 acres that, and leave the rest, leave 5 acres completely in existing grade and at, make a park out of it, or if they're going to fill it up with a building. We don't know. So everybody will do their own compensating cut and fill calculations. However, when they do that, they're committed by the purchase of the property to providing additional cut on their property, not just for their fill, but for the amount that we need for to compensate for the roads as well. And so each development will provide the running total, not only for their site, but for what's been done previously. And so we'll have a line at the bottom that adds up to here's the total amount of cut and fill. And so, we'll work with Logan and Steve and Christian and their group to, come up with a spreadsheet that makes complete sense to them. It's not dissimilar, Michael, to what was done on the Cumberland Park and the Nissan Stadium and that area and the Riverfront Park. There was a lot of cut and fill done in that, and there is with the Corps of Engineers and Metro, a running spreadsheet total of how much cut and fill has been done, for those areas as well.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Youngworth. Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Dr. Gomez-Velez is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a quick question. So when you said that, this rise is 1/8 of an inch, what do you mean by 1/8 of an inch? Where is the raise 1/8 of an inch? Because there's going to be areas that, flood differently, there is sort of a pattern in the flooding. And so I'm just curious, just for clarification, what's the meaning of that?
Well, it's my own conversion, Doctor. The model that we shared with Logan indicates a difference in water surface elevation after the fill of these roads, and that difference is 0.01 feet. And so that's the rise that's going to happen. And you convert that to inches so people can kind of better understand what 0.01 feet looks like. And that's 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah. I mean, so I guess the question is not related to the units, but rather, where is that happening, right? Is it happening at the river? So is the river raising by 1/8 of an inch, or is it happening where the building is located or near the road? The reason I ask is because, just imagine that this thing is filling up, the water moves and fills up in preferential directions. And so, the actual difference in height varies significantly from, let's say, the river to the boundary with the highway. And so I'm just curious, because to me, one value of 1/8 of an inch to describe how this whole property will flood, it doesn't it doesn't, at least I'm not getting that as an indicator of how things flood or how the patterns of flooding will be here.
Well, I think you're taking a more realistic, and practical view of this than the model is taking a snapshots. There's a cross section. There's a flow that runs through this cross section, and there's an elevation that the water rises to, and there's a snapshot of that. It's stagnant and static, and so it's in the reality. You're correct. With the water is going to have varying kind of elevation. Water really is going to be level, but it's if you stopped time, it might be level, but in the reality, you're right. I mean, it's going to be at different levels, but based on the model, the rise occurs. If you can zoom in on this screen, Rebecca, it is cross section 98.528.6, 98.528.6. So pan down just a little bit so I can read the numbers on that cross section. Sorry, maybe back up. 98.5, 98, hang on a second. 98.5.286. Yeah, you see that. So that is where there's 100th, in the section at the Woodland Street or the Jefferson Street Bridge. So the section that's off the screen to the right, the section that's furthest to the right that you can see, that's the Jefferson Street Bridge. Let me think about that. No, that is the Woodland Street Bridge, section BE. So all of these are upstream of the Jefferson Street Bridge, Doctor, that the rise occurs.
Okay, so just for clarification, so again, and when you said this amount of rise is obtained from the model, you're describing the rise, and I agree, right? So this is a snapshot, but you're describing the rise at the highway point, or at those locations at the edge with the highway. Is that what you are describing by that number?
Again, the model looks at a cross section, and so the water surface in the model is flat. It doesn't. The model does not show that the water is higher at the highway at the farthest end of the section, or lower at the stream level, the stream location, the channel location. The model shows and assumes that the water surface elevation is flat.
Okay, so ultimately, I guess part of the question here is, for that flat surface, which it's reasonable, how far are things extending into inland, I guess, towards the highway? And I mean, I'm just having a hard time seeing this because I haven't seen like a map of, what's the boundary, what's the flooding area that your model is producing with what, that 1 inch or, an eighth of an inch increase.
If Rebecca, if you can bring up, I don't know if you can bring up the Metro GIS map for this area, but it shows the 100-year floodplain and the 500-year. And so we could look at that. And
okay.
As far as how far it extends further, I mean, I guess we're all going to have to use our imaginations of 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch. My guess is that is not something you could even possibly survey and map. It's so minimal.
So just for clarification, so for these 500 years, predictions that they have here in green, how much was the rise? Do you?
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what the green and the red is that we're looking at on the screen. What, Rebecca, do you know what? Yeah, I don't think this is related to floodplains.
Okay.
Rebecca, you're recognized to speak if you'd like to.
The green represents the 0.2% annual chance, formerly known as the 500-year. And then you'll look at the pink, which is AE, which is the 1%.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Dr. Gomez-Velez, do you have anything else before I recognize Ms. Stokes?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Stokes, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Chairman. This is Carrie Stokes. I first just wanted to thank the applicant for going back and providing this additional information. This is helpful and supports the discussion we had when we met several months ago. And so just as another committee kind of weighing in, letting others know where I stand. So it's an existing developed industrial site. You have used a tool that is of industry standard. You've engaged subject matter specialists from Metro and from the Corps. So I certainly feel like you've done your due diligence to evaluate the potential impacts to this property. So I very much appreciate that and that approach and the data that it provides. I guess my only kind of concern remains kind of about the timing. And certainly I realize we could have a storm tomorrow. We could have a storm 22 years from now. So you had indicated that maybe there was a rhyme or reason to the 7 years. I'd be interested in knowing a little bit more and if that could be pulled in some.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes. Mr. Gangworth.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes. Yeah, the 7 year is, it takes time for developers to, as you know, to create, plans to buy property. They go through due diligence, they go through schematic designs, design development, construction documents, permitting, construction, all of that, in the very best case, if somebody came out there today and said, I want to buy this property, it probably would be easily a couple of years, if not more, for that project to be completely designed and constructed. Knowing the climate that we're in, today and have been for the past several months with COVID-19, that makes the future a little less certain than it was maybe a year ago. So that adds into the number. And then the idea that there's 38 acres, and they're not all going to get developed, at once. And so they're going to take time. And so that is just our client and the landowner, trying to, put a number on it. And 7 years seemed reasonable, maybe a little aggressive as far as getting it, sold and developed, but at least in the reasonable range.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes. Would any other committee members like to start the process of kind of stating where they are on this before we entertain a motion? Mr. Dale.
Okay. I think we could talk about this all day. But I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve this request of 30,320 cubic yards. That's basically temporary storage for a period of 7 years. This would be compensated. I think that they have done their job. I think that indicating a 0.01 theoretical rise falls within the range of being reasonable to me, that there's a no rise on this site. There are buildings that are being removed. There are obstructions there that are being removed that I think is beneficial. I think the development of the site goes along with the master plan we have of the city and what we want for the city, for our future, for our public, I would also ask that upon completion of the construction that they provide Metro Water Services with an as-built to indicate the exact amount of fill as compared to what's there today. And I would ask that they also provide a plan of stabilization along the riverbank within the confines of this phase one. That does not have to be completed with necessarily on phase one, but I'd like to see them to coordinate with Greenways with some plan of mitigation that would have to be completed within the 7-year period of which this request is being granted. That's my motion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dale. I'm going to recognize Ms. Costonis in just a minute, but due to parliamentary procedure, I need to first ask if there's a second on the motion, as stated by Mr. Dale. Ms. Maddox is recognized.
This is Anna Maddox. I would like to second Roy Dale's motion. I agree with all of his statements, and I would also like to see the bank stabilization plan. So I'm seconding.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maddox. We've got a motion that's been made and properly seconded. Before we discuss the motion, I'm going to take the chairman's prerogative and recognize our counsel, Ms. Costonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask a question?
Of whom, Ms. Costonis?
I guess potentially of the applicant, although maybe it's something that the committee might want to think about as well.
I think that's appropriate. Mr. Gangaway, are you willing to take another question?
Always, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Always appreciate you. All right, Ms. Costonis.
My question was with regard to how the 7-year connection completing the cut would be fulfilled or would be ensured to be done. I know that the committee certainly has the authority to put any condition on a variance that they feel is, in the interest of the public safety and welfare. And certainly if you put a condition on a variance and that condition is not fulfilled, then the variance is revocable. My concern, just from past experience, is that sometimes properties are sold to subsequent purchasers, and sometimes those subsequent purchasers, while variances are not transferable, maybe don't understand the history of the property and kind of make some assumptions about development that's currently underway. And sometimes you get a fait accompli without conditions having been fulfilled, and you end up with someone asking forgiveness for that after the fact, rather than complying with the conditions in the timely manner that the original variance contemplated. And I just wondered if there were any methods of ensuring that that will not happen, that the applicant was having in mind or proposing.
Thank you, Ms. Costonis. Okay, so at this time, ask everyone to please mute their mics. At this time, I want to open it up for discussion. I'll just comment briefly on why don't I just recognize Ms. Costonis, are you through speaking, or is your hand still raised? Sorry, no, that's a mistake. I'm trying to put it down now. No problem. It is a new series of habits for us. All right, so open it up for discussion now. I'll mention just real briefly. My concern is just the delay in the time between the fill and the compensating cut, and I've already stated concerns, and I've been very I think consistent about my concerns about models being the best available way to make sure that future property owners are not going to be affected by these changes in the floodplains. I will acknowledge that this site being so close to downtown fits with the growth plan of Nashville, which encourages higher density development in nodes and in pre-designated linear corridors. And that means development that can go more vertical than horizontal, so we can get more people in smaller spaces and reduce sprawl elsewhere and maintain the sponginess of our landscapes around Nashville, which helps limit flooding and protect water quality in the broader community. So this development near the downtown core, beside the downtown core, is consistent with metro planning. I just have concerns about the staging and the timing of this. So with that, Mr. Dale, I assume you'd like to be recognized to address possible amendments or reactions to the comments that have just been made.
And that is correct. So I have a question of Kevin. He had said before that they had calculated, I guess, different parcels would have to provide different types or different levels of removal of material. Is that right, Kevin?
So, Roy, what we did was we took, this is a conservative approach we took. We took the entire area of the River North development from the top of the bank of the river all the way to the east edge of Cowan Street. And we determined what is the current floodplain storage of that area, that footprint, and we came up with a number. And then we took the available land that they would be able to sell, which did not include the roads, did not include the linear park along the river, did not include the long building that's already there, but the rest of the land. And so we divided that large area of storage by the land available to sell, and we came up with 7,300 cubic yards per acre. And so our client is selling land, and he tells these landowners, you have to provide storage below the flood elevation, floodplain storage on your property at a rate of 7,300 cubic yards per acre of land that you've purchased. And so they can do that any way that they can, find and have approved by Metro, but that's the commitment. And so what we do know is none of the land along the river is going to get filled, and so that we're conservative there. We know that most of the land on Cowan Street is not going to be filled or might not be filled. And in addition to that, we had a big out on Cowan Street at the edge of our property that is no longer in the plan. So that whole footprint was going to be raised, and it's no longer in the plan. So we're confident that the number that we came up with is far and away greater than what is really going to be consumed with fill.
So is there any mechanism, I'm asking this to staff now, or Kevin, thank you for answering my question. So is there any mechanism to flag building permits that each of these parcels must overcompensate 7,300 cubic yards per acre? Maybe Rebecca or someone on staff?
Mr. Hunt, you're recognized. Sorry.
Mr. Day, we do have the ability to flag parcels. It would come down to the particulars relating to the relationships of the projects, but we do and often utilize flagging parcels to make sure certain things get visited by certain timeframes.
Rebecca, could you put the other image back up? Part of the one part of this one. That's probably okay. So Kevin, when this roadway is put in, is this going to be divided into individual parcels by plat?
Yes, sir. There's a plat that's been submitted and I think is probably within a week or two of being recorded, Roy, that provides the roads into right-of-ways, and then the land that's left over is the parcels. And you can see the three red parcels on the left, they've already been created. They were created by condo plat,
okay,
incorporated into the subdivision plat.
So do we have anything that shows where these parcels are going to occur?
For the future?
Well, so this represents how this is going to be platted off?
That's, yeah, you're looking at kind of what's going to be platted now, because we don't know, for instance, the land that's in between Road A, Road B, Road C, and Cowan, we don't know whether somebody wants to, if Amazon wants to come and build a 500,000 square foot office building, or if, 7 developers want to divide that up into apartment, slabs. So right now we're not subdividing the property anymore until people come to want to develop it.
But you are going to record a plat in the reasonable future.
Yeah, matter of fact, it's already been through all of the departments. And like I said, I think we're within a few weeks of having it recorded.
So would it be appropriate to put on that plat the condition that each parcel must provide 7,300 cubic yards per acre?
I'm certainly okay with that, because that's a commitment that, is critical, that gets accomplished.
Okay. So I'm just running that idea to everyone, Dodd.
Yes, sir. So we have Ms. Costonis, would you like to comment? And then we have Mr. Bowman, who'd like to be recognized as well after her.
Thank you. So I guess this may be a question for Mr. Hunt, if that's appropriate.
Certainly.
We did have a situation long in the past that I'm sure Mr. Hunt remembers, where we had a note on a plat that was disregarded, or multiple notes on a plat of properties that were bought by subsequent buyers, parcels that were bought by subsequent buyers after a subdivision, and the subsequent buyers ignored the note on the plat. And by the time we found out about it, it was kind of too late to fix. So, my question for him would be, would he have that concern here? And my alternative suggestion might be like a declaration of real covenants recorded as to each subdivided property. So I guess that would be a question for the applicant or for the committee in terms of whether that's something they would want to consider requiring the applicant to do, and if the applicant would be willing to do it.
Sorry,
Mike, are you going to comment on Ms. Costonis' comment?
Yes, sir, just briefly.
Okay, please.
We have run into some issues on multi-phase grading permit sites where maybe some of the requirements are deferred to later phases, and then owners come in unknowing. So that can be an issue. It hasn't happened very often. I think the key to avoiding that is good communication on the front end and making sure that anybody that comes in is sure of the overall obligations to Metro for the project.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hunt, and thank you, Ms. Costonis. Just to take a moment here to let the public know what's going on and members of the committee who are new. We have an enormous responsibility in these decisions as committee members that fundamentally get handed off to Metro Stormwater staff and Metro Legal to execute. And so they're pointing out their experiences in dealing with parcels and deed restrictions and covenants and legal agreements that represent either enforceable or unenforceable aspects of our decisions that we typically don't think about. So I just want to encourage all the committee members to think carefully about how the current motion might be amended with Mr. Gangler's, of course, concurrence as an applicant, or at least collaboration. So I need to recognize Mr. Bowman. Since he's been patient, then I'll recognize Mr. Gangler.
Thank you, Chair. This is Logan Bowman, Metro Water Development Services. I just wanted to say to Mr. Dale's point, we have engaged Mr. Gangler in the past about potentially providing a note on the plat or posting a bond or something like that, some sort of legal document to make sure that this gets executed in this way. So
thank you, Mr. Bowman. And I'll also acknowledge Mr. Gangler previously served as a member of the Stormwater Management Committee. So Mr. Gangler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One kind of point of clarification I need from the counselor. She had mentioned that the variances are not transferable. I'm just, when I heard that, I'm just curious, if someone bought this property in mid-development, the variance, I'm assuming, would follow with the land. And I'd like to get clarification from her on that.
I'm sorry, was that question for me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, hang on.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to move my computer because they're getting ready to do some construction in the space that I'm in. So, did anybody direct a question to me just now? I was just getting some feedback from maintenance.
I believe this is Ms. Costonis. I believe I was asked to answer a question explaining a comment that I had earlier made about variances not being transferable. So I was
please
doing
respond.
a quick search to try. I stated that from off the top of my head from my memory. And I'm trying now to find the citation for that. Which what I would like to do, if that is okay, I will continue to look at that rather than holding up the committee's discussion. I will try to find the authority for that while we discuss some other issues, and I will raise my hand if I come across it and follow up subsequently.
Yes, I don't think that changes the discussion that we're having or the vote. It's just something that you said, and I wanted clarification. We can do that as a sidebar offline.
Okay, this sounds vaguely familiar to the type of mitigation details that we've often that we've fairly consistently encouraged staff to handle outside of these committee discussions. So Mr. Dale, I'm inclined to I guess ask if you'd be willing to add an amendment, or another committee member would be willing to amend Mr. Dale's motion to have the applicant work out such legal arrangements as necessary to ensure the enforceability and execution of these said expectations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would amend my motion to require the applicant to provide a note on the plat itself that each parcel is required to provide 7,300 cubic yards of storage per acre. And I would also require beyond that for some type of restrictive covenant or some type of document to be recorded so that if any person was to purchase any of these parcels, that they would they'd have knowledge of that. That would be my amendment to the motion.
All right, so I think it's appropriate. I'm not quite sure in parliamentary procedure terms, but I think it's appropriate for Mr. Dale to offer an amendment to the committee on his own motion. Ms. Stonis has an objection from a parliamentary procedure perspective. I'm going to ask for a second on that motion. Or is there a second on that motion?
I would just say that the prior second, Ms. Maddox, would just need to amend her second to accept the amendment.
Yes, if we're going to do it that way, Ms. Maddox, do you accept this amendment to the original motion? Are you willing to second it?
Yes, this is Anna Maddox. I accept the amendment as proposed.
Okay, so an amendment to the original motion has been made, properly seconded. Before I ask for discussion on the motion, Mr. Gangaway, are you okay with this amendment? Do you feel like that's something you're willing to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as I understand it, Mr. Dale is asking specifically for something to be recorded on the plat, as well as other appropriate means to ensure that future property owners can comply with these expectations. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir. And provide stabilization recommendation, although we don't have to complete the work, we just have to have the recommendation performed.
Thanks, sir. All right, appreciate that. All right, is there any discussion on the amendment to this motion to amend the previous motion? Ms. Maddox, do you have your hand raised for a specific reason? Okay. All right, seeing no discussion, I'm going to do a roll call vote on the amendment to the original motion, just to be thorough here. So again, we'll ask you to identify yourself after I've identified you and your vote. Ms. Stokes, we're voting on the amendment.
Yeah, Carrie Stokes, I vote in favor of the motion and amendment.
All right. Mr. Dale.
I also vote in favor of the motion and amendment.
All right. Ms. Maddox.
I vote in favor of the motion and amendment.
All right. Dr. Gomez-Velez.
Vote in favor of the motion and the amendment.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like everyone's expectations there were that we were voting both on the amendment and the motion. Is that okay, Ms. Costonis? I was going to try to take a vote on the amendment first, then a vote on the motion, on the original motion second. But what's your perspective at this point?
The chair is correct as to the more usual parliamentary procedure. Okay. However, I think all the members have made their intentions very clear for the record, so I'm not going to make you do it over again.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so before I state the status of the motion amendment, I just want to ask if there's anyone who does not understand that we are proceeding with passing the original motion and the amendment to the motion. Does anybody not understand that way? All right, Mr. Gangaway, do you have your hand raised for a reason?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
That's no problem. Okay, so no one has any questions or comments. The motion has been made and approved unanimously by the committee. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gangaway. Appreciate your professionalism as well. So. All right, so we are ready for case number 2. You know, this has been an hour and 55-minute discussion. Is there any desire to take a quick bathroom break or just to pause for about 5 minutes to allow everybody to kind of adjust where they are, what they're doing? Any committee member? Mr. Gomez-Velas, Dr. Gomez-Velas.
Yes, please. It would be great to have a small break.
Yes, let's adjourn for let's just take 10 minutes just to be sure, because I'm going to have to move my computer since I don't have electricity at home and I'm on a campus with lots of construction. So let's take 10 minutes. Let's come back at 10:20. So we're going to pause for those of the general public who are watching us. We're going to pause until 10:20. That's actually about 9 minutes now. And we'll return and resume with our second case. Thank you. Resume after a brief break at 10:20. I cannot tell if people have stepped away from their laptops or mics, so we're going to go ahead and proceed as if everyone knows that we're starting at 10:20 after our brief break. Just to make a brief comment about the challenges that we're all dealing with here in Nashville. I'm sitting here at on Lipscomb University's campus because I don't have any power at home, and because this is an active construction site with students who are still living on campus who don't have any place to go. Our Starbucks is open, and I was able to get the only Starbucks in the city of Nashville that is currently open for walk-in. So if anybody lives in the Green Hills area and wants to walk into a Starbucks on Lipscomb's campus, you're welcome to do so. Apologize for that public service announcement, but I think we all need a little bit of levity during all this stress and difficulty we're experiencing. So a break from the action. All right, so we're going to proceed with our first case, our second case. Let me double check my text staff, make sure we're doing okay. All right. So sounds like we're ready to recognize Mr. Bowman, who probably needs to read our legal statement again, as well as to introduce the next case. Mr. Bowman, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am, Chairman. This is Logan Bowman, Metro Water Development Services. The opening statement to the applicant. If you are not satisfied with a decision made by the Stormwater Management Committee, you may appeal the decision by filing for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the committee's decision. You're advised to seek the independent advice of legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been satisfied. Case number 2 on the agenda is case number 2020-0003, Old Franklin Subdivision, 0 Old Franklin Road, APN 174-0000-9600. Inspector is Sean Herman, Council District 33, Antoinette Lee, Single Family Residential. Applicant's request is to allow the following: removal of a total of 0.43 acres of wetlands and associated buffers to construct a single-family residential development. The appellant is ECG Acquisitions, LLC, represented by Barry McGowan, Kimley Horn and Associates. Comments: stormwater staff, no comment provided. Codes, no comment provided. Planning site is zone RS10. Defer to stormwater for review. Greenways, Parks defers to the decision of the Stormwater Management Committee.
All right, thank you. I just want to acknowledge members of the public who are watching. You probably noticed that phone number that was posted a few minutes ago. You'll have a chance to call in, or if you're in the neighborhood and you want to stop by the live kiosk in the at the Richard Fulton campus, there's an opportunity to comment on this applicant's variance proposal as well. So at this time, I want to invite the applicant to to open up their mic. You have a maximum of 10 minutes to make your presentation. We'll, of course, be coming back to you with questions as members of the committee and staff and legal counsel. And then we'll ask you to please introduce yourself and to introduce any and to have any other additional speakers introduce themselves, their role in your proposed variance presentation discussion, perhaps their role in the project. And then we'll open it up for members of the public to comment if they choose. So, and then we'll take questions from the committee after that. So please introduce yourself.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mary McGowan. I'm with Kimley Horn here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm the civil engineer on this project. Also on the panel that's available for questions is Michael Lamping with Elmington Capital Group. They're the developer, and then Silas Mathis with BDY is the environmental engineer. So the site that we're looking at right now is, as mentioned, is zone RS10. We are proposing 105 lots within that current zoning using a cluster lot option that allows for 5,000 square foot lots. So the site is located at Old Franklin and Cane Ridge Road. It is just west of Interstate 24, and it is just south of the Century Farms development. So the site selection of this for this project was picked here because of the access to Century Farms and the potential to have housing provided for a lot of the development that is going on there just north of it. The site was also selected because of the natural features that you see on the site. So if we could go back to the first slide, I'm just going to talk through some of those natural features that are out there now. So the site has 3 streams that go through it. D1, which it basically bisects a majority of the whole property, and it starts at Old Franklin and goes all the way to the back and to the adjacent subdivision. It's 3,100 linear feet of stream. D2, which is a little harder to locate, it's right at the mouth of where the stream feeds into the pond. It is 40 linear feet. D3 is another stream that's 144 feet long that feeds into the larger stream. And then lastly, we have D4, which is the item in orange, and it is a wet weather conveyance. It is an erosion gully that we are proposing a road crossing over D4 with a 3-sided box so as not to disturb it. So none of the streams or the wet weather conveyances are being disturbed during this development. We planned around them accordingly. So in addition to the streams, we have 6 wetlands on site. We have wetland 1, which is 0.06 acres, and it's to the north at Old Franklin. We have wetland 2, which is near where D2 is, right at the mouth of where the stream comes into the pond, and it's 0.07 acres. Wetland 3 is kind of in the middle of the site along stream D1, 0.22 acres. Wetland 4 is 0.21 acres. Wetland 5 is 0.17 acres. And then the last wetland, wetland 6, is 0.06 acres. We are not proposing to touch wetlands 1, 2, or 6. We are proposing to impact partially wetland 3 and all of wetland 4 and all of wetland 5. These 3 wetlands are classified as low resource value. That is what was submitted in our hydraulic determination to TDEC and to the Corps. Both groups have agreed that it is of low resource value. So if we go to the next page, so as you can see on this one, highlighted in blue are the areas of the wetland that we are impacting. As mentioned in the application, it's 0.43 acres total of wetlands that we are proposing to remove, and the associated buffers are in the red. The drivers for impacting these wetlands was really driven by a couple of aspects, and main one was the topography on the site. So it may be hard to see on the screen, but there's a hillside that's basically there's an arrow that's pointing to it in the middle where the road bends on site. I don't know if you can see that, Rebecca. but it's there's a hillside in the middle, and in order to develop it and have the roads at the acceptable slopes, we're having to remove the top of that slope and flatten out the site. There's in a very short distance across up to the hillside, it's 65 feet of elevation change. When we were looking at the grades and how to preserve a lot of these features on site, we're hitting a lot of challenges with the topography, and so that led to us impacting these wetlands. In addition to the topography, one of the big factors is where our driveway is located on Cane Ridge Road. Due to site distances, that is the location that the driveway needs to be located. We can't really shift it north or south any in order to provide a safe entrance and exit out of there because of some of the topography that's on Cane Ridge Road already. So that location and some of the topography is really what drove the layout that you see here. So if we go to the next page. So we are preserving a lot of areas. So the green hatched areas that you see on this page is the buffers and preservation areas that we are proposing. The metro requirement is a 30-foot buffer around these features, which would equate to 5.06 acres. But in many locations, we are providing a 60-foot buffer, which equates to 9.12 acres. So we're proposing over 4 additional acres of buffer and preservation in these areas. In addition to the extra buffer, we're also meeting our water quantity and water quality. We are utilizing 2 detention ponds that you can see in pink. They're the larger ponds that are along Cane Ridge Road. These are to make sure that the development doesn't negatively impact the flow that's leaving the site. So we're controlling the flow that's leaving the site utilizing those detention ponds. We also have 6 bioretention ponds that we are using for a low impact development for the site to treat the water. We're infiltrating the first 1 inch of rainfall, and we're utilizing these bioretentions to treat any water before it leaves as well. So the runoff reduction requirement for this site is 80%. We did a little bit extra. We did 82.4%, which equates to just under 4,300 cubic feet of additional bioretention on the site. So the next page has some pictures of the wetlands that just kind of show you what they look like today. And you can really see through the photos that they are of low resource value. And then the last slide that I just wanted to point out to you all is that we have received approval from TDEC and the Corps of Engineers to remove the wetlands. We are providing wetland mitigation via mitigation credits. The credits have already been purchased. And as I mentioned previously, both TDEC and the Corps have agreed with the determination that they are low resource value and have approved the wetlands removal. And so with that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Excellent. Thank you for your timeliness in that presentation. We'll probably be coming back to you with some questions. So at this time, I want to ask our staff if there is anyone who is queued up to speak for or against. I'll remind the public that the technology does not allow us to segregate you by just for in one group and against in another group as we normally do. So you'll need to identify your name, your address, in Davis County where you live, and we'll get some proposal on why, and you'll be limited to a 2-minute comment. So do we have anyone who's queued up at the moment? Okay, we'll pause just to make sure everybody had a chance to turn on their mic. Okay, seeing none, Just to confirm, Mr. Mishu, can you just verbally confirm we don't have anybody at the kiosk as well?
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody here ready to speak in support or against this project.
Thank you, Mr. Mishu. And Mr. Mishu is personally present at that station. We appreciate him providing that service to the public today. Are there any members of Metro Council who would like to speak or comment on this variance proposal? Okay. Hearing none, we'll open it up now for committee member comments and questions of the applicant. Again, I'll ask committee members to repeat the same procedure. Please click on the small electric hand signal on the bottom right of your screen so that you can be recognized, so we can have an efficient and structured discussion. And then please click it off as soon as you start speaking, so that we know that, or as soon as you finish speaking, so that we know you're done. Okay, well, I'm going to jump in and ask a couple of questions. Can you go to Rebecca, Ms. Doan? Can you go to the photographs of the wetlands in question? I do want to commend the applicant on such a hard-earned effort to expand the buffers larger than the minimum, to add the bioretention systems that appear to be well in excess of what would normally be required by this type of development, and as well as the detention, which is designed to lower flood peaks. We have both infiltration, buffer expansion, or at least buffer preservation. It is an undeveloped site. So how would you characterize these wetlands? Are they natural wetlands, or are they old farm ponds? How would you characterize them?
So they are.
Could you also remind us who you are too, Mary?
Yes, this is Mary McGowan with Kimley Horn, the civil engineer on the site. They are natural wetlands. This has not been developed. I'll defer to Silas at BDY, the environmental engineer, if he wants to comment any further.
I think we'd appreciate if he could just kind of characterize why they are characterized as what would you all describe as low quality wetlands? What's the scientific basis for that?
Hi, this is Silas Mathis with BDY Environmental. The features are low quality, I guess, for a couple different reasons. They're just, in a nutshell, their hydrology is provided by shallow hill slope flow that kind of saturates about 12 to 24 inches of soil seasonally at the base or at these hill slope changes. They don't really pond water typically. They're really shallow depressions. There's not a lot of topographic interspersion. I guess vegetation is not very diverse. If you go back and look at aerial imagery from around 2000, you can see that these areas were actually pasture. And so the vegetation is regrown from pasture. It's a lot of ruderal species that are pretty young. The trees and saplings are pretty young, and that the herbaceous layer is pretty minimal. There's mostly dominated by stilt grass, which is an invasive species. So applying all that, those observations, I used the Tennessee Rapid Assessment Method for Wetlands developed by TDEC. It's the just a non-hydrogeographic methodology. I used that, and it has a scoring system, and these wetlands came up with about a score of about 32 out of 44, 0 to 44 in the low resource value category. So that's sort of where we came from and how we established that they're pretty low resource value. There's not a lot of wildlife habitat associated with them either. There's just no pooling, so nothing for amphibians. And, you know, like I said, the vegetation is pretty poor quality, so there's not a lot for songbirds or other species.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mathis. So let me just ask you another question too. You're vulnerable to a person who did his thesis on wetland preservation in Tennessee. So I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. Is there any chance these are sort of remnant Parnassus seeps, or are they typical slope seeps? And how would you are you familiar with the classes of wetland systems in Tennessee?
Somewhat, yeah. In terms of the Parnassus seep, but you know, I've seen some of those. They've got a kind of a lot more hydrology, I think, provided to them. You know, there's a gravel substrate in those type wetlands. This wetland, while you know it appears to be natural at this point, there's evidence of old agricultural rutting and some compaction, and it's kind of my theory that there was, you know, these were the flat areas where you could have roads for the farm. So when it was farmed, so that, you know, there was compaction from cattle and tractors and that sort of thing when it was used for agriculture. And I think that's really kind of allowed the compacted the clay layer that's only 12 to 24 inches deep, and that's what's allowing the water to kind of saturate and stay in that spot. But there's no real flow regime through the soil that's really going on in this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Mathis. Okay, and then back to Ms. McGowan. Do you have any let me restate that again. This is Dodd Galbraith, Chairman of the Metro Stormwater Committee. What type of? I apologize, I don't have enough screens in front of me to look at the details of your detention pond. But what type of plantings or vegetation are you planting for your detention ponds?
Yes, this is Mary McGowan. So the detention ponds are going to be dry ponds with just some grass in it. The bioretention ponds, however, will be vegetated with the trees and the shrubs that are required and acceptable to Metro Water Services.
So these are typically, does it mean it's going to be mowed? Does it mean you're not going to put trees in it because you don't want the trees to occupy detention volume, or what does that mean specifically? That's correct.
Traditionally, the detention ponds are, usually just grassed. They will be mowed occasionally. It won't be mowed regularly, but they will be mowed so that we're not impeding any flow or reducing any volume.
Okay, so does that mean you're using naturalized grasses or like tall fescue?
Correct. It would be a meadow grass.
Okay, excellent. Okay, that's a good compromise. All right. All right. So I have, I guess I'm inclined, without seeing any committee member hands being raised at the moment, I'm inclined to do kind of the normal procedure here and ask staff if they feel like that the mitigation is appropriate for the disturbance. I think Ms. Doan normally comments on these type of things, but Mr. Michoud, who do you recommend we hear from?
This is Rebecca Doan. Staff doesn't typically like to comment on the filling of wetlands because we don't know exactly what mitigation is adequate, but they are providing almost double the buffers in some area, and they have committed to leaving that zone 1 buffers, which is more mitigation than we have seen on a number of other.
I think that's fair. I apologize if y'all are hearing that noise in the background. That's the best I could do with everything that's going on today. Mr. Mathis, can you comment on the wetland bank characteristics that you all are, I think you're purchasing credits for to offset these wetland impacts to address Ms. Doan's comment?
Yes, this is Silas Mathis again. We're purchasing 0.8, or we have purchased 0.86 credits. So at a 2-to-1 ratio, we purchased 0.86 credits from the Swamp Road 2 mitigation bank. And we are, that bank is within the service area that includes the Mill Creek watershed where the site is located. We're required to purchase those credits for TDEC and for Army Corps permitting. The Army Corps has a mitigation hierarchy that requires you to purchase credits before you purchase NFB program credits and before you purchase or before you do your own mitigation on site. So we went to the Swamp Road 2 Mitigation Bank, which is located in Eagleville, Williamson County, in Rutherford County, I guess, around that border. And it's the wetlands there will be a moderate resource to high resource value forested wetlands that they're creating there and restoring there in the Swamp Road 2 bank.
Okay, so just to summarize for everyone in the committee, these wetlands are going to be mitigated in a bank, which is, Mr. Mathis, is that a constructed wetland bank or is that a former natural wetland that's being restored? Do you know?
It's the bank, Swamp Road 2 is it's a farm, it's a former farm, and so it's a lot of it is restoration. And that's where they get the best bang for the buck in creating a mitigation bank is by restoring former wetland areas that may have been drained for agricultural purposes with tiles or other types of drainage features.
Okay, and I'll just point out for the benefit of the committee, future applicants and members of the public, that one of the things we greatly appreciate are applicants who come to the committee with all of their core and state decisions in hand and in writing, which has been done. I've heard enough, so I'd like to ask the committee for, at this point, if they're ready to kind of weigh in individually or offer a motion. Ms. Stokes.
This is Carrie Stokes. I would offer a motion to approve the variance as presented.
All right, Ms. Carrie Stokes has moved that we accept the variance proposal as presented. I'm going to recognize Ms. Anna Maddox since I missed her. Don't know which order those came in, but Ms. Maddox, were you willing to second, or would you like to offer a different motion?
I would like to second Carrie Stokes' motion. I feel like the applicant has done their due diligence, and I feel comfortable with the evidence they've provided.
Okay, so we have a formal motion. It's been properly seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion by any committee member? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask for a voice vote. I'm going to call you by name, ask you to identify yourself to make it certain that we know that you're voting. I'll draw the public's attention to the voting tally on the screen so that you can see exactly how everyone is voting and the record of the vote. So at this time, I'll ask Ms. Stokes what her vote is.
Carrie Stokes, I vote in favor.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes. Mr. Dale.
Roy Dale, aye. Yes.
Mr. Dale, thank you. Ms. Maddox.
Anna Maddox, I vote in favor.
Ms. Maddox, thank you. Dr. Gomez-Velez.
Jesus Gomez-Velez, I vote in favor.
All right, Mr. Gomez-Velez votes in favor, and Mr. Galbraith votes yes as well. So the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. McGowan and crew for being here today and for your very professional and thorough presentation. We appreciate you reducing our hardship and doing such a good job of prepping your proposal. We're ready for our next case, case number 3. Please ask you to assemble your team, get ready to turn on your mic when I ask you to begin presenting. Just out of pure precaution here, I'm going to ask Mr. Bowman to again read the legal statement and to also introduce the case.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Logan Bowman, Metro Water Development Services. The opening statement to the applicant. If you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Stormwater Management Committee, you may appeal the decision by filing for a writ of certiorari, the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the committee's decision. You're advised to seek the independent advice of legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been satisfied. Case number 3 on the agenda is case 2020-00005. MSUD, Madison Suburban Utility District. APN 0518-0000-900, 936 Gallatin Pike, Council District 08, Nancy Van Rees. Inspector is Boots O'Hara. Case was previously approved March 1st, 2018 under case number 2017-00032 to allow the following. Disturbance of floodway, Zone 1 and Zone 2 floodway buffers at Gibson Creek to allow for construction of at-grade parking facilities, placement of BMPs, and construction of sidewalks. 2, to allow 607 cubic yards of cut below the 2-year flood elevation. 3, continuous mowing and maintenance, waiver of buffer zone. Case returning before this committee for the following reasons. As per condition number 2 of the decision letter stated March 20th, 2018, variance expired March 1st, 2019, and plans previously approved by the Stormwater Management Committee have changed. Applicant's request is to allow the following. Disturbance of the Gibson Creek floodway, Zone 1 buffer and Zone 2 buffer to remove impervious surfaces, install impervious walking trails, provide floodplain storage, and construct sidewalks. Request not to be required to have a landscape architect stamp the mitigation plan. Request to continuously mow and maintain the buffer. Request for modified or waived buffer signage. Request to allow 46 cubic yards of cut below the 2-year flood elevation of 438.8 in AVD 88. The appellant is MSUD, Madison Suburban Utility District, represented by JVE, Jeff Vaughn. Comment, stormwater staff does not feel adequate mitigation has been provided. Code said no comment provided. Planning site is zone CS. Refer to stormwater for review. Greenways Parks. Request that the applicant coordinate with Metro Greenways and Open Space Division to design a multi-purpose paved trail per Metro Greenways design standards.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Appreciate that very professional reading. So I ask the applicant to step forward to identify yourself by name and also to introduce other people who are available on your team, your technical team, to answer questions about your variance proposal. I'll also remind the committee members that there is a copy of the 2018 minutes where a previous Stormwater Committee approved this proposal. It does not record individual votes. So if you were on the committee at that time, if you don't remember how you voted, you're going to get another chance to look at this from a fresh perspective. And that's, I want to thank Ms. Gilbert for following through with our request to keep us up to date with how we voted on these things historically. We appreciate her professionalism as well. So applicants, if you would go ahead and introduce yourselves, and after you're through presenting, after about 10 minutes, we'll open up to members of the public, and then after that to members of the committee. Thank you.
Hello, this is Cindy Ellis, General Manager of Madison Utility. I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am. You're doing excellent.
All right, thank you. Okay, as you stated, you remember we had prior approval on a similar request for parking and stormwater work on this site a couple of years ago. And the reason we're coming back to you is because when we obtained construction estimates, the cost was about $500,000 for these parking spaces and cleaning up this area that we purchased as our front door really to our customer service office. And, you know, we call it the hole in the ground where the Garrett Center buildings washed away in the 2013 flood. And it's quite an eyesore remaining now with what's left of those buildings, foundations and all where it's filled in. But obviously, as a public utility, we are concerned about spending that much money for our parking area. This plan reduces the paving footprint almost 30% and still creates the detention areas, naturalized landscaping, and parking for the district office. And we feel like it is necessary to us as we develop an improvement plan overall here on West Webster. And by these changes, this will allow the district to gain this improvement, but it's going to come in at half the original cost. And I know our council person previously endorsed the plan you approved in 2018, and she indicated she would support this one as well. And we really appreciate you hearing us today. And I'm going to turn the rest of this discussion over to my engineer, Jeff Vaughn.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. Cindy has given you basically a little bit of a history on this parcel of land, 1.6 acres at the corner of West Webster and Gallatin Pike. Originally housed mostly a commercial strip area that was washed away in that August 2013 flood that she mentioned. In an effort to, step forward and make a statement on behalf of the district for the community, they purchased this natural disaster area, if I can use that term, with the hopes of trying to not only make it a little more appealing to the eye, but also to get some benefit themselves from it. As she also mentioned, the cost estimate of the first plan came in close to $500,000 on top of the close to $250,000 that they paid for the property. This presented a challenge that they felt was just too much on the financial side. So they asked me to review the plans and to try to maybe simplify them and reduce the cost in the process. And in doing that, basically, I cut out most of the parking area, or a significant portion of the parking area that was proposed in the first plan. Right now, this site, as is, has about 3,300 square yards of pavement, old pavement. The plan that was approved in 2018 actually had close to that amount of new pavement put in. We're proposing to reduce that to somewhere around 2,400 square yards of pavement area. Of course, minimizing the cost as best we can. We wanted to utilize the that hole in the ground, as Cindy mentioned, as a detention area, as was proposed in the first plan, and try to minimize the effort to shape it accordingly to fit in with the one needed extension of a stormwater sewer to drain that detention area. So we've come to the Stormwater Committee with this proposal. I understand that that the Stormwater Division had a concern about not enough mitigation. I will say this, that concern was brought up in our discussions, and I did ask one of the members in the division, what exactly do you feel like is needed to be done? And he said, well, it needs probably, you might want to consider adding more trees. So, you know, the process of adding trees was pretty simple, but you have to remember we're fencing in this portion of property that does not have the parking area. And as we all know from last Sunday, trees and fences sometimes don't agree. So, you know, I did place in 6 trees to add some of the mitigation to it, but I truly feel like our reduction of impervious area by approximately 50% is a significant mitigative effort on behalf of the district. So I would present that for your consideration in regard to the concern of the stormwater staff. The other comment that was made in regards to the greenways, I just wanted to point out that we show a private sidewalk inside this fenced area around this detention area. This was not proposed for public use. I just added that in there in case, you know, some of the employees of the Madison Suburban Utility District who now sometimes get out and just walk along the street would actually have a secure and safe place to do that during their break. That can be removed if that's an issue, but simply was placed in there for their benefit. And to me, it's not to be considered a greenways and open space concern. So that's pretty much getting to the point of things. If someone has any other concerns to be brought up, then I can certainly address those.
Thank you, sir. Would you mind restating your name again, sir?
Yes, my name is Jeff Awn. I'm the consulting engineer for the district.
You spell your last name A-W-E-N?
No, it's V like in victory, A-U-G-H-A-N.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear the V in that. Thank you, sir. All right. I'm Bob Galbraith. I'm the chairman of the Metro Stormwater Committee. So at this time, we'll check in with staff to see if we have any members of the public on the call-in line who'd like to speak for or against the proposed variance. Again, you'll come in as individuals, you'll identify your name, your address in Davidson County, whether or not you're for or against. And this will be kind of a mixed gathering of those who are for and against. So do we have anyone on the telephone line, staff?
Mr. Chairman, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Mr. Mishu, do we have anybody at the live kiosk at the Richard Fulton campus?
No, sir. There's nobody here in support or against it.
Thank you, Mr. Mishu. Want to again thank our great staff for setting up these accessible opportunities for the public. So seeing that we have no public comments, are there any Metro Council representatives who'd like to comment on this proposal?
Mr. Chairperson, this is Logan Bowman. We did get a letter of support from Council Lady Van Reese, and she says, please send my approval of this item. Got that through email.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Appreciate that very much. Again, really appreciate our staff working hard to get all this input into this discussion. So that will close the public input portion of our public hearing. I'm now open up to the committee to ask the applicant any questions that they may have. I don't remember this case. I was present for the vote. Mr. Dale, do you remember this case? You and I are the old dogs on this this committee. I'll apologize for the reminder.
You know, I really don't remember it all. I hate to say, I normally remember everything. I just don't remember it.
That's me too. I don't remember this one. So, do you have any questions, Mr. Dale?
No, I really don't. I mean, I guess I can vaguely remember this because this was an area that is off Gallatin Pike that has been a historic area that had always been problematic. And so the fact that these buildings are all gone is probably not a bad thing. But in this instance, I'd rather someone else make a motion on this.
Chairman, if it would be, I'm sorry, this is Rebecca. If it would be helpful, I do have the old plans if you would like to see them as well.
Yeah, I would. And I think it'd also help, Ms. Doan, if you could kind of back out a bit and let us see the context of the site. If we could see a topo map of the broader area. So if we can see, is this a headwater area? Is it kind of halfway down? Is it a small tributary? Okay, so it's kind of a developed tributary of a larger stream in the middle of a developed corridor. Can you zoom out a little bit more there, please? Can I get the context? Okay, so we got a suburban development around some commercial development.
Mr. Chairman, this is Roger Lindsay.
Yes, Mr. Lindsay, thank you.
I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand on this little column over here.
You have a standing raised hand invitation.
Okay. A little perspective on this project. As you look at this, the location of the site, across the street going to the east, the creek literally flows underneath a little strip shopping center. There used to be a Sherwin-Williams paint store in that building. And the creek doesn't daylight until it gets another couple of parcels downstream of that point. This is a classic example of the reason that it's important to be diligent about the way we regulate stormwater or floodplain developments in the city of Nashville. The upstream side of that, you see there's a kind of a split in the creek and a little leg to the north that goes up to the railroad track. When the railroad built the railroad through that area many decades ago, they eliminated passage through that upper leg of that creek and brought the whole flow of that upper part of Gibson Creek down the railroad track and then merged it with the other little tributary and brought it all through the one right there, brought it all through one under piping system underneath the railroad. Bad idea on their part, something we would never approve today, but it resulted in the flooding of a great number of houses in that area right there. We have bought and demolished a good number of those structures now. But it's an example of congested development that has created more severe flooding problems than perhaps there were to start with. But on the site itself, there was a little, again, a kind of a rundown strip shopping center that had once been a motel. And the one motel structure was literally built across the top of the creek. It straddled the creek. One of the other motel buildings, during this event was washed off its foundation and dropped over into the middle of the parking lot. There is a significant homeless population that lives in that box culvert underneath Gallatin Pike. Of course, they were all displaced for a short period of time anyway during this event. But it's a classic example of what an extreme localized event can do. People think that we've only had one big flood in Nashville, and the reality is that we can get a local event. We've had multiple instances of rain events of upwards of 6 to 8 to 10 inches over a basin that floods the dickens out of the structures within that basin. And this was a classic example. This whole lot was an eyesore and a problem. And when it was finally demolished, that was a good thing. And it's a good thing now to create an opportunity to reuse this in an appropriate way. So,
thank you, Mr. Lindsay. So the other question I've got is for Ms. Ellis. Ms. Ellis, I'm sorry, I'm sorry I didn't do more research on your utility. What type of utility are you all? What type of services do you all provide?
We're the public water system for about 78,000 citizens in Davidson County. We serve from the railroad overpass in Inglewood to Mansker Creek near the county line. Then we have Goodlettsville, Delmere, Bellshire, all of Madison. We were the first public utility district in the state of Tennessee, established in 1939, and we're public water.
My goodness. Excellent. Well, thank you. Ms. Doan, would you put up those original plans again, please? So that's good. Now that we understand the context. And all right. So Ms. Ellis, or maybe Mr. Vaughn, can you tell us why you all could not pursue this original plan? It appears to have a lot more trees, and it also appears to make an effort to address some of the concerns Mr. Lindsay raised, and frankly to support your mission as a water utility district to provide optimal management of water on your property.
Well, as Ms. Ellis pointed out earlier, this obviously is just a horrific eyesore to the entry to their admin office. And so they, in an effort to, be active in the community and at the same time improve their situation a little bit, they wanted to try to obtain as many parking spaces as possible in this first rendering, first set of plans. But after paying $250,000 for this eyesore, they were looking at another $500,000 in order to build this plan as shown. And it's just too much for the 60 to 70 something parking spaces they were proposing to get. With the revised plan, they're only getting 41 parking spaces. If you take the I'm sorry?
I think that was just feedback. Go ahead, Mr. Vaughn.
Okay. If you take that $250,000 purchase price and add the $250,000 estimated cost of this revised project, that $500,000 translates to about $12,000 per parking space. And that's the only real benefit that they're getting out of this whole project, because maintaining a green space area, that's a little bit of a financial drain as opposed to a benefit for them, but at least it does give some improvement to the area as far as I can see. So, you know, I'm sure that some of the others can, who are engineers, can understand that that kind of a cost for a parking spot is incredible, but they're stepping forward and committing themselves to doing this project as shown, even at $500,000.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. I guess my only concern here is that, and I apologize for not remembering more about the original case and proposal, but I think these original plans and your response help us understand why y'all feel you need to make a switch. It's a whole lot easier to support losing an opportunity to try to recapture a significant amount of water management, stormwater management benefit, both quality and quantity, particularly when you're dealing with a zone 1 buffer issue. It's a whole lot easier to do that, as was documented in this previous proposal. And we realize there's a significant cost. I do understand your reference to the cost per parking space. We're building parking spaces here on Lipscomb's campus at $22,000 a space, and that doesn't include any water quality or water quantity benefit because we're building vertical concrete parking garages. But the investment here that the previous Stormwater Committee vote appears to have encouraged you all to make is not just in parking places, but in water quality and water quantity benefit. And one of the aspects of public interest has been very helpful to the advancement of these new stormwater management practices, this spongy landscaping and porous parking lots and spongy roofs and, you know, higher density of tree canopy and more understory and less mowed grass. Advances that we've been making, it has been that governmental and quasi-governmental entities have been stepping up and making investments that we're asking developers to make in regulations. And when we don't do this as representatives of these, particularly of these water management entities, you know, we're essentially saying, you all need to carry the burden of cleaning our water and soaking up our water so that we have lower flood peaks, but we're not willing to go to the effort that we're requiring you all to go to, or at least asking you all to go beyond in many cases, willingly. So it's just one board member's perspective. Just because I'm chair, that doesn't mean that's a majority opinion. I'm just one person, one vote. So I'll open it up to other members of the committee to see where they are.
Could I make a comment and ask a question?
Yes, sir, please.
This is Jeff Vaughn again. In the first case that was presented today, there was a mention of a credit for removal of buildings. Of course, in that case, those were existing buildings. In our case, we had existing buildings on this site prior to this flood, and now there are no buildings. And basically, there's much more volume of stormwater capacity, floodplain capacity in this area, in this parcel. Is Madison due a credit of any kind for that, or is that just completely different application.
Yes, in terms of the previous case, we were looking at cut and fill dynamics, and there are later phases of that project that will, in addition to Mr. Dale's, you probably heard Mr. Dale's proposal that they go ahead and start addressing some of the water quality aspects of the eroding banks. I think we're approaching this in a similar vein. We have a previous proposal that apparently the committee preferred and granted. Now we have a proposal that just addresses quantity and doesn't address quality nearly as thoroughly as the previous proposal. Does that help?
Sure, I can understand that, but at the same time, isn't it a better quality when you have a grass feature as opposed to impervious asphalt?
Yes, sir. And I think staff have also indicated that more trees and the previous plan that you all proposed, albeit more expensive, enhances that even further.
Okay. Again, we're a little bit limited on the placement of the trees with the stormwater drain that's going through the property and the location of the fence, if people can have an idea from these plans of where that fence is actually located. So,
and that's based on your current design, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Okay, so need to open it up for other members of the committee. Feel free to ask Mr. Vaughn or Ms. Ellis any questions. Ms. Stokes.
This is Carrie Stokes. I just, I guess want to make sure I'm clear and understanding what I'm looking at. So the change from the last variance request and approval, so there's a decrease in the number of parking spaces, I understand. And then, so now is everything, you've added a sidewalk and is everything to be grassed and there are no plantings, tree plantings?
Yes, no, it's shown on one of the other plan sheets.
Okay.
The 6 trees that we're proposing to put in there, most of the area outside of the detention area will be just natural grass. The detention area, we're proposing to put ground cover all through it because in the process of preparing these plans, I was having to remind myself there's a possibility that this 100-year flood could happen again. And I wanted to keep the design simple, but I wanted to keep it solid and secure to where things would not be displaced easily if this 100-year flood came back. But yes, we are showing 6 trees that we've added to that after we received the comment from the Stormwater Division.
Rebecca, can you put up the previous plan there so Ms. Stokes can see the difference in the number of trees and plantings? Ms. Doan. Does that help, Ms. Stokes? And Mr. Vaughn, can you,
yes.
And so again, just to kind of summarize, you're planting fewer trees and doing fewer practices here because it had a lot higher price tag.
Yes, if she could possibly put up my sheet number 8 of 17 that shows the parking area and green space. I'm sorry. Yeah, the mitigation landscape plan and proposed site plan.
I believe we have a copy of that plan. Has it been since your initial submittal?
No, ma'am. No, that's. Oh, well, it was in maybe the second submittal as requested by Logan. But you should have a copy of that sheet.
Okay, while we're looking for that, do any other committee members have any questions?
This is Jeff Vaughn again. I'm sorry. I had just to say that was sheet 5. I have a reduced copy and I don't have my reading glasses. That was sheet 5, not sheet 8.
We certainly understand that, Mr. Vaughn. Thank you.
Okay.
I do not believe we have that set of plans. You're saying it's out of 17 pages. I'm working from a set of 19 pages.
Okay, well, can you pull up the sheet 5 of that?
I have sheet 5 of that one up right now.
I'm looking at a letter.
Are you saying plan sheet 5 or sheet 5 of the application plan?
I'm sorry. Yes, it's plan sheet 5. I apologize. In the lower right-hand corner, here are the sheet numbers.
We go from sheet 3 of 17 to sheet 6 of 17.
Okay, it's the mitigation plan. Maybe if you could keep going.
I do not believe there's a mitigation plan in this set.
Oh, okay.
That is why we said that we did not see mitigation.
I'm sorry. I know that was submitted. Goodness. Well,
Mr. Vaughn?
Yes.
This is Todd Galbraith, Chairman of the Stormwater Committee. Can you just summarize verbally the difference in the number of trees and plants between the previous plan we approved and the one you're proposing now?
Honestly, I'd have to look back at his plans to be able to do that. I know that he did put a lot of trees inside the parking areas within the curbs, but it just...
if we were just to count the number of trees, 2, 4, 6, there's 4 rows, 20, 22, and then looks like there may be some other plantings around the perimeter. So it, roughly speaking, it looks like you're proposing 6 trees, and well, I'm not counting the others. There's 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 18. So it's almost 40 trees.
Yeah. See, our effort again was to minimize costs as much as possible, and he put a lot of those trees inside those curb islands in the parking area, and that's not inexpensive.
Yes, sir. Okay. Anybody on the committee want to take a stab at where you think where they are individually, or where we should go as a committee? All right, Ms. Maddox.
This is Anna Maddox. I think overall they're making a large improvement to the property. I don't know if I don't recall this project coming through. I don't know if I was on the committee at that point. But just looking at this plan that they've submitted for this meeting, I would make a motion to approve it as submitted.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Ms. Anna Maddox is to approve as submitted with the 6 trees, I assume, Mr. Vaughn?
Correct, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. And it looks like Mr. Dale has his hand raised.
Yes, this is Roy Dale, and I would second her motion. But I do have a question. I can come back to it during discussion.
Please. We'll come back to you in just a second, Mr. Dale. So we have a motion made and properly seconded. Okay, now we're open for discussion by the committee. Mr. Dale, you're recognized.
So I guess I'm a little confused. It seems like the staff is saying they don't have the plan of mitigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we need that?
That doesn't mean that you all that Ms. Maddox and you can't specify that as part of your motion. Ms. Maddox, can you clarify if it's your understanding that the mitigation plan would include 6 trees? Is that part of your motion?
Yes, from what I understand, they're proposing 6 trees, and I am okay with that.
Mr. Dale, is that your understanding?
Yes, I just want to make sure that we have that on record.
Okay, so we've got a motion's been made, properly seconded with the understanding that a mitigation plan would include 6 trees. So we're open for continued discussion. I'll just say, as an individual board member, that I would, I'd prefer a much more robust mitigation plan, given the fact that this is a site that could be much more appropriately mitigated to create a more spongy landscape. There certainly could have been an opportunity here for pervious paving and for a detention area that's more naturalized, like we saw in the previous proposal. I'm inclined to vote against this proposal as it's submitted, partly based on the previous committee's vote, but that's just one person's opinion. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Mr. Dale has his hand raised.
Yeah, I just want to point out again that, and I appreciate your viewpoint, and you're always very smart in those aspects. In this particular case, this piece of property, even as Roger had indicated, it was just a dump. It's a blessing that all these buildings got washed away, quite honestly. And I think that what we're going to wind up with is far superior than what was there. Maybe it doesn't go as far as probably we would like, but I think that you have to consider also the burden of even taking this property or taking this on, and that they're getting very little benefit from it, and they're putting in quite a bit of money here. So I'm very comfortable with it. And I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Appreciate your professionalism and grace there. Any other committee members anyone want to call for the question? Okay, I recognize that pause since I can't see your faces. So I'm going to call for the question and again, take a roll call vote. We'll proceed as we have done previously. The roll call vote is now posted on the screen. So I'll ask for Ms. Stokes to state her name and her vote preference.
Carrie Stokes, I vote in favor.
All right, Ms. Stokes votes aye. Mr. Dale.
Roy Dale, I also vote in favor.
Mr. Dale votes aye. Ms. Maddox.
Anna Maddox, I vote in favor.
Ms. Maddox votes aye. Ms. Adams-Taylor is not here today. Dr. Gomez-Velez.
Vote in favor.
Dr. Gomez-Velez votes in favor. All right, motion passes unanimously with those who have voted. We thank our applicants for their patience and for their willingness to entertain our questions and our concerns. And we wish you the very best in making this work for you. And so at this time, we're ready for our next case.
Thank you.
Addressed. Thank you very much, Ms. Stokes. Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. All right, so let me just make a few little notes here for my own benefit. Okay, So we are ready for case number 4. Yes, we are almost done, folks. So at this point, we have Ms. DeWald, who I understand is going to introduce our case. And Ms. DeWald, I'm going to ask that you read the legal statement just to be thorough here. And we'll go through the same procedure we've gone through all morning. Appreciate everybody's patience. We'll move forward.
Thank you. My name is Caitlin DeWald, and I am with Metro Water Development Services. The opening statement to the applicant. If you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Stormwater Management Committee, you may appeal the decision by filing a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the committee's decision. You are advised to seek the independent advice of legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been satisfied. Case number 4 on the agenda is case number 2020-0006, Vastland OHB, 527 Old Hickory Boulevard, APN 1600-0010-600. Inspector is Kenneth Trancher. Council District 4, Robert Swope. Applicant's request is to allow the following. Uncompensated fill. Amount of uncompensated fill requested for this variance is approximately 5,250 cubic yards fill. Appellant is Vastland Northcrest Development, LLC, represented by Kevin Gangaware, Civil Site Design Group, PLLC. Comments. Stormwater staff does not feel adequate mitigation has been provided for the volume of uncompensated fill requested, as there may be opportunities to reduce the amount of fill. Codes. No comment provided. Planning. Variance request is consistent with the final site plan approved. Greenways. Parks defers to the decision of the Stormwater Management Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Very professional introduction there. Okay, at this time, I'm going to make a special request of Ms. Doan just to post that phone number up one more time. If that wouldn't throw a kink in things too much, just real briefly. I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, or I'd say it verbally. But so while we're waiting for that phone number to be posted, we'll ask the applicant to prepare to present. We're going to give you 10 minutes to present your variance request, technical details. Please introduce anyone on your team, technical or developmental, economic, who'd like to provide input to the committee so that we know who we have available to ask questions of. And after the applicant makes their presentation, we'll open up to the public and to our council representative, who's been very patient all morning to wait for this case. I assume he's still with us. And just want to remind everybody that if you want to call in, you call 621-255-1919, as well as you can go to the Richard Fulton campus to the live kiosk to comment. So with that, Mr. Gangaware, if whoever's mic is on right now, if you could just turn down your speaker just a little bit, that'll cut down on the feedback on our end, and just turn your speaker volume down just a tad. That way we can hear you and your presentation. So Ms. Doan, if you want to put up the first image of Mr. Gangaware's presentation, that'd be great. All right, Mr. Gangaware, you got it. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin Gangaware, Civil Site Design Group, civil engineer representing this project, and I will be the only one from the development team speaking on this. So this is a proposed development. This is a SP that's already been through the preliminary SP process and through the public notices and approvals through the council. And now we're into the final SP document, which is what you're looking at. So as part of this, it's a 32 unit townhome development along Old Hickory Boulevard. And there's an existing stream parallel to Old Hickory Boulevard called 7 Mile Creek. The drainage basin for the creek in this area is 1.8 square miles. And we need to cross the creek in order to get to the townhomes. There's no other path from the public street to the land that's being developed. There is an existing crossing in the stream today. It's an undersized culvert. And so we're proposing to increase that to the adequate size. So our request is we need to build this driveway, private driveway, to get back to the southern part of the property, which is out of the floodplain. The hardship and the issue here is that this is it's a small stream in this location, and it's got a very, very flat floodplain on it, and the elevation of the land in the floodplain is lower in most cases, except on the southern edges, is lower than the 2-year flood elevation of this stream. And Metro's requirements are to provide compensating cut and fill, which we're more than happy to do. But due to the flatness of the floodplain and the very small, narrow area of the lot available, and the fact that the elevation of much of the floodplain is either in the floodway or floodway buffer and below the 2-year storm elevation, there's no space for us to create cut and provide more floodplain, compensating cut rather. So we have a very limited amount of area. We have looked at pushing this entire development further south and just expanding the floodplain to the south. But the topography, once it gets out of the flat area, it rises significantly and quickly to the point where we couldn't possibly create enough cut. So we've looked at the options for creating compensating cut and have confirmed that you physically cannot provide the 5,000 cubic yards of cut necessary and do that outside of the floodway buffers and above the 2-year storm event, which is flood elevation, which is the requirement of Metro. So we have run a flood analysis on this, and we've shared that with Metro. We've confirmed that we do not raise the flood elevation for the 100-year or the 500-year storm events on our property or off our property. And so I think that's a positive. I'm hoping for us that if the purpose of compensating cut is when you're filling in the floodplain is to avoid raising the flood elevation, and that is the purpose according to FEMA's information, then we accomplish that purpose in this plan because we do not raise the flood elevation for the 100-year regulatory or the 500 on this. And so we're asking for approval for the non-compensating purely because we physically can't do it within the criteria that's provided to us. I do want to say that Caitlin did provide a couple of follow-up questions several weeks ago after we submitted, and her questions were how many trees are you planting? And we gave her that information. We're planting a certain number of trees that we have to plant due to the TU requirements, but we're planting way over that for the mitigation. This property is wooded, and it's actually kind of an old farmland that has just kind of gotten grown up over the years. It used to be mostly farm and pasture area, and it's gotten a lot of scrub kind of vegetation on it over the years, or at least in the northern portions of it, except along the creek. It is wooded and treed along the creek, and we intend to keep it that way, except for our crossing, which again matches the existing driveway and crossing that's already there. Certainly it'll be wider due to this development. But so one of the other things Caitlin asked is, and in her comments, she said they don't feel like they provided proper mitigation. So we're completely fine to plant many more trees if that's the desire of the committee. However, one question she asked is if we were allowed to disturb the floodway buffer and cut below the 2-year elevation, could we create more cut? And the answer is absolutely yes. So, and we've provided a plan and calculations to her showing that still requires a variance from the committee because we're not in keeping with the requirements. But we can take that 5,000 yard non-compensating fill down to 680 yards. We still would be non-compensating, but the number would be 680 versus 5,000. But just to make sure that I make this point, with the 5,000, with the fill that you see there, which is only for the road, only to build this road and keep it above the flood elevation, we are not raising the flood elevation for the 100-year or 500-year for this property or our neighbors on either end. So I believe that's all I have prepared. Be pleased to answer questions if I've forgotten anything. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gangware. A thorough job as usual. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to our council representative who's been patiently waiting to comment, if you'd like to do so at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Galbraith, and thank you and the committee members for venturing into the world of virtual meetings. As you can see, it's not as easy as most people think it is, and we certainly appreciate your service and your time commitment this morning. Let me just start by saying that we've had multiple community meetings on this piece of property. There have been a number of different things proposed on it, none of which has ever passed by the community. This one did almost unanimously. I'm going to say 98, 99%. Everybody was in favor of it, knowing full well that this is a very difficult piece of property to build upon. The people just to the west of it, Chadwick Lane, actually, they are concerned with this particular issue. There was one letter sent to planning from Mr. Seward that I want to make mention of. And I think this letter was sent long before anybody had any idea what unconditional fill was being used for. I think Mr. Gangaware has stated the case pretty clearly that this is nothing more than elevating a road a little bit to get it up out of the floodplain per codes. And it doesn't change the 100 or 500 year flood mitigation problems on either side of the road. I think adding a wider channel for the 7 Mile Creek underneath the current driveway that exists will help immensely in water problems in this particular area. Right now it backs up for 200 feet every time it rains more than 4 inches. I'm completely in favor of this. I think all the neighbors are for all intents and purposes, and I would ask your support of this proposal.
Thank you, Council Representative. Would you mind identifying yourself for the record and the district number that you represent,
sorry.
please?
My apologies. This is Robert Swope, Council Member, District 4.
Thank you, Representative Swope. We really appreciate your presence and your input. Sorry to have to clarify that.
No, my fault.
No, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. So does staff have any people on the telephone who are ready to comment, either for or against?
Mr. Chairman, there are no calls in the queue.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much. Was that Kenneth McCoy by chance?
No, sir. This is Robert Topolsky.
Oh, Robert. Thank you, Robert. I saw your name on the list. I want to make sure I knew who you were. Thank you, sir. All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Mish. Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Mr. Mishu, do you have anybody at the kiosk?
No, sir. There is nobody here in support or against the Vaslin case.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we don't have any public comment. So at this time, this closes the public hearing portion. Oh, please.
Sorry. This is Mr. Bowman.
Yes, Mr. Bowman.
We did have a letter, an email from Mr. Seward, Brian Seward at 5711 Chadwick Lane against the proposal. I'd like to read that into the record.
Please proceed, Mr. Bowman. Thank you.
It is with great concern I write you regarding the development proposed by Vassland for the property located at 527 Old Hickory Boulevard, Brentwood, Tennessee 37027. Though this proposal has been approved by Metro Planning, Metro Council, what was not taken into consideration in those approvals was a 3-year perpetually shifting water table directly adjacent to the development located at 5709 and 5711 Chadwick Lane, Brentwood, Tennessee 3727 in Montgomery Place. It is my understanding that all approvals for this development were in compliance to maps and requirements / standards that were reestablished in 2017. Since 2017, the problem areas in the aforementioned floodplain of Chadwick Lane have grown significantly. What was once a 3-foot creek has spread to a 30-foot swamp of standing water. There is little doubt that the installation of multiple culverts into 7 Mile Creek, truckloads of backfill into the existing floodplain, the installation of tens of thousands of square feet of new impervious surface areas will have a dramatically negative effect on the already unexplained and growing water problem in Montgomery Place. I write asking that you please consider halting all approvals until a careful reassessment of the floodplain area can be surveyed and updated, and all requirements / restrictions related to any construction on 527 Old Hickory Boulevard takes into consideration the continuously growing standing water issues in and around the Montgomery Place parcels. Thank you in advance for keeping safety and the well-being of existing homes, families, and people at the forefront of your decision. Regards, Brian Seward, 5711 Chadwick Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I appreciate your reading that into the record. And do we have any other email or written comments in this?
We did not have any more on that case.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Appreciate that. Okay, so I apologize for missing that. The staff had that noted on the run of show, and I just overlooked it with my old eyes. So at this time, this closes our public input portion. Mr. Gangwer has his hand raised, but Mr. Gangwer, if you'll hang on and let me recognize Mr. Dale, and then he will, if he wants to ask you a question or ask you to respond, maybe you just had your hand raised because it was left over from the presentation. Mr. Dale, please, you're recognized to speak.
Yes, thank you. This is Roy Dale. And Rebecca I was asking for her to put this image back up of the plan. And on the prior image, it shows a yellow line for this parcel, but it looked like it did not touch this adjacent subdivision, I guess, to the west. So why is there a discrepancy there?
When our GIS consultant put it together, she did not select all the parcels involved. So it is supposed to include these other areas.
Okay, so it does include the parcel to the west, but it does not include the parcel to the east. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, I have to, unfortunately, I have my planning hat on here, and that probably has no relevance to this discussion. But, you know, crossing that tributary is not a cheap thing. And I was just curious as why this development maybe not also provide access to the property to the east. So anyway, that, I guess that doesn't have a lot to do with this discussion. Is the council member still here?
He is.
So,
please speak, sir.
Yeah, so was there any thought, I mean, has this already gone through the council process? Is it approved?
Yes, it is. It has been approved by planning and unanimously through council.
Okay. So was there any discussion about this other property in the future developing?
Yes, there was.
You want to share that at all, just for me?
Only to the extent that if the current applicant for this piece of property was willing to share the drive, it would permit much easier access to the property on the east.
Correct. So was that agreed upon?
Not to my knowledge, but I don't think that is off the table either.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I appreciate you answering that for me. But as far as the plan is concerned, and this is probably a question to Gangaware, I got a little distracted when he was going through his discussion. Someone said something about being able to reduce this to 600 cubic yards. Was that by removing material within the floodway maybe, or the buffers?
Roy, this is Kevin. Yes, sir. And I don't know if Rebecca has that plan, but Caitlin asked if we could create a plan showing that, and we did and submitted that back to her. But right, this plan shows 5,000 yards of non-compensating fill in the floodplain. The alternative plan that she asked for that we turned in shows the areas to the left and right of the driveway being disturbed all the way up to the, you can see there's a dash line to there, that's a sewer easement that runs parallel to the stream. Obviously we can't cut over the sewer easement, so, but there's some pretty big areas there that we could cut, but they're in the floodway buffer areas.
But you're planning in those areas as well, aren't you? You didn't I see a mitigation plan where you're doing a lot of planting
in them? Yeah, I think we're allowed to plant trees in them, but we're not proposing to.
Probably disturbing that area anyway.
In order to plant trees, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we would, I think we'd do some disturbance to plant the trees, but,
okay.
But yes, so there is a plan available for that. Let me also point to the, if I could, Chairman, the property to the east is approved. There's an SP approved for it for 66 units of an assisted living. And it has a driveway just like ours that has to run across the property and a culvert across the stream. And they're going to be in a similar, situation as we are of needing to provide compensating cut and fill. Their property's a little wider than ours. Their floodplain similar to ours, so they may have the same issues that we ended up having. And then also, whenever you would allow, I'd like to speak to the neighbor's concern that he wrote a letter on, whenever you allow me to.
Okay, so I was just saying it would have been nice for these two property owners to work out an access together, but it's another point, so it's all right. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that if you are going to be planning within those areas, that you would be disturbing those areas, and it's possible that we could take some of this extra material from that area. You said you did a calculation of the 100-year and the 500-year. Did you do any looking at the 10-year or anything of less frequency?
I did not. However, we could provide that.
No, I was just curious.
I guess I'm just anticipating that if the 100-year and the 500-year showed no rise, that the lower frequency storms likely would show no rise as well.
Okay. I'm not qualified enough probably to make a guess on that, but if it did, it's possible that on a lower frequency storm, the removal of that material below the 2-year could have some benefit, perhaps. So those are my comments. I'll listen to what everybody else has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. We appreciate your curiosity, even if you don't. So, I got some quick questions I want to ask. I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Gangaware, about the citizen concern, but I think it might be appropriate to go back to the council representative to comment on the citizen concern, because it may be similar to other to the context of what he heard in the different community discussions. Would you please identify yourself again and Mr. Council Representative and speak to the opposition that's been raised and what you think that represents in the context of your experience in other public meetings?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is Robert Swope, Metro Council, District 4. I think Mr. Siewert's biggest concern is part and parcel of what's been happening with both these properties. The property in question right now and the property to the east of it have very, very small channels that 7 Mile Creek flows through. And over the course of the last 3 years, specifically when we've had a couple of really, heavy downpours, those little culverts get blocked up. And he lives right there on that corner, and all of that backs up into his backyard. It's my opinion that if you increase the size of that culvert and allow 7 Mile Creek to actually flow the way it should, that you will alleviate the problems that he is having right now, not just now, but in the future as well. And specifically, if the eastern property can work with this property as one access point, it solves a whole lot of problems. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Perfectly, Representative Swope. Thank you so much. Mr. Gangaware, I think that perfectly sets you in a good spot to clarify the technical opportunities here.
Thank you, sir. Rebecca, if we could zoom in on that to the neighbors' houses to the west. The man who wrote the letter is the second house from Old Hickory Boulevard on the right side of Chadwick Lane. Mr. Johnson is the first house and Mr. Seawick is the second house. And we've met with them out there and sat on the back porch of Mr. Johnson's property and with some of the other neighbors and reviewed their concerns. Now, their concerns, and Caitlin, I think, may be able to respond to this from the staff side, is there is a stream or a ditch that runs down the property line where she's showing her cursor right now on the neighbor's property, not on our property. And I believe that has over time silted in or filled in, but they have ponding problems that are not caused by our development or our property. And to be honest with you, because that's a ditch and a swell, some of our property clearly drains down to that swell of that ditch. Well, when we develop our property, we'll catch all of our water, run it to a bioretention area to the north of our development that shows up on the grading plan, and then pipe it over to the stream. So we will capture any water or practically all the water that leaves our property that goes towards Mr. Seawick's property will be captured and directed north straight to the stream. So any ponding he has, which is purely just a grading and development issue on his side of the property line, we will make better by diverting runoff water away from it that currently goes there. And I believe Councilman Swope is spot on in his commentary on the size of the culvert. The culvert that's there today is a 12 to 15 foot wide driveway, but the culvert is about a 36 or 42 inch pipe. And so it's creating a dam. Eventually the water flows over the driveway, but it does create a damming effect of a small amount. that does clearly have some backwater to it that we would alleviate with our larger culvert. So I think I've answered the questions that were on the table. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Gangaware. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I went by there during a flood last year, and there was mud actually all over that portion of Old Hickory Boulevard where that backup had occurred, and it is a regular problem. So,
by the way, Mr. Chairman, we did tell Caitlin. I think one of her questions was, would our developer be willing to do some grading on the neighbor's property to help alleviate their ponding? And our answer was yes. We would be happy while we're doing the work to take the grader over there and do some minor grading. We don't want to get into having to permit or fill in the floodplain or cut in the floodplain or in the buffer or get into the permitting part. If they would take care of that, we would provide the manpower to do some minor grading on those two lots in order to help alleviate some issues if that is something that they want.
Thank you, Mr. Gangaware. Mr. Gangaware, to Mr. Dale's point, is there any possibility that are you all at a point where you have to move forward with this variance? Is there a minor, is there an opportunity here to, I'm not suggesting this to everybody, but to potentially defer this so that you can come back with a more collaborative approach with the property owner to the east?
Well, we have looked at that, and clearly, one crossing, to Councilman's point, is better than two, and we have to provide a crossing to get to our development. So if it's amenable to the neighbor and to our client, which I believe our client has considered that, to provide one crossing that then splits and runs a driveway over to his property, I think that's something that we could consider. We have been waiting for a couple of months now for this meeting, and our client is ready to start work. We have all the permits required, sans the Corps of Engineer, which we're working with them right now and expect to have something just in the next week or so, too, maybe from the Corps of Engineers. We have the ARAPs and the NOIs, NOCs, and I think we're close on grading permit, just waiting for this approval. So again, yes, I think the option for one drive versus two is clearly something that our client is willing to consider and discuss. Surely he would want to, have a sharing of the cost of the shared driveway component. A pro rata share or a 50-50 share or something, to share in the cost of that, of the construction costs rather, and the maintenance. But we also, again, to Roy's point, we have the plan or the option to create more cut on our property and reduce this ask significantly down from 5,000 to 670, if that's the will of the committee. And again, Rebecca, I don't know if you have that plan. Caitlin had it, so I'm not sure if that's in your files here or not, but something that they could show, could see if you had it.
So we'll let Rebecca look for that for a moment. So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused about the more narrow culvert adjacent to this proposal. Are you all proposing to replace that crossing to mitigate a better flow for both entrances, or are you replacing that? I'm confused about how this is going to make the obstruction of the smaller culvert adjacent to this property better.
Yes, it's not adjacent to. Currently there is a driveway right underneath our proposed driveway. there's an existing drive to serve the residents that.
Okay, that's where I was getting confused. Okay,
That's the one we would replace.
Okay, okay. I thought there was a connection there. I just wasn't seeing it in the diagrams and the aerial photographs together. So I apologize. All right, so I think Representative Swope would like to be recognized, and then Mr. Dale, I'll come back to you if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just want to reiterate that the conversations between this particular property owner or applicant, as the case may be, and the adjacent property to the east are ongoing and will continue to be ongoing. In a perfect world, if we could eliminate the culvert on the property to the east and put in a bigger culvert on this particular applicant's property, it's going to solve a lot of problems that we're having on 7 Mile Creek. Mr. Chairman, you said it perfectly. Every time it rains hard, everything overflows on Old Hickory Boulevard right there. So, I'm an engineer, but not a water engineer. But it makes perfect sense to me that if you were to eliminate one of those and put a larger one in on this applicant's property, which is being proposed now, it solves a whole lot of problems, and it takes a lot of the backwater that is into Montgomery Place right now and eliminates it. That's all.
Thank you, Council Representative Swope. Yeah, I confess to being a water geek. I love getting out during floods and watching how all these different places work. So, Mr. Gangler and Mr. Dale and Ms. Stokes and Ms. Maddox all can probably, in particular Dr. Gomez Velez, all probably are like me. We love to get out there when it's raining. But so with that, Mr. Dale, you've got your hand raised. Mr. Lindsay, I just want to cue you up to ask you a question in a minute about the number of road crossings and whether or not we ought to more seriously consider a deferral here. But Mr. Dale, why don't you go ahead and speak?
Okay. Well, I almost want to apologize for bringing this up now because I didn't want this to be a major sticking point. But just as my normal problem-solving self, I saw this access and I raised the question. But it's really, the council member, I'm sure, has vetted this. He's talked about this. This plan has already been approved. The zoning's approved. There's an SP approved. This driveway is indicated to be placed in this exact location. And so, if anything, and I don't know if it would be proper to make a motion that this applicant allow them to have an easement to this driveway. I don't know if we should do that or not. And so I almost regret bringing it up. But I do believe that it makes sense to me, Kevin, if you're going to disturb this area to plant trees, that you do take that area and try to provide this uncompensated fill. And I think it's even more important in this case because you do have adjacent property owners and they're going to be looking at this in very much detail. And so, offering variances for uncompensated fill is probably something I would like to try to avoid. So let me ask the question to our legal counsel. And that would be that if we are looking at an overall scenario and an area that's has a tributary that's 2 acres in size, and we're looking at the possibility of having 2 crossings within very short distances of each other. Is it proper or is it even legal for us to require this developer to provide an access just for the sole purpose of looking at the overall drainage within this area?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Dale, I'm looking at that now. So I'm looking at the criteria that the committee is allowed to take into consideration in determining whether a variance is appropriate. And I am seeing a couple potentially relevant. Compatibility of the proposed use with existing anticipated development, the relationship of the proposed use to the comprehensive plan and master drainage plans for the area, the safety of access to the property, that's only the property in question, in times of flood for ordinary and emergency vehicles. A lot of it is really focused on the specific property in question, although the reference to anticipated development does make me think this is maybe tangentially relevant. Also, there is a provision that says, upon consideration of the factors listed above and the objectives of these regulations, the Stormwater Management Committee may attach such conditions to the granting of variances as it deems necessary to further the objectives of these regulations. However, obviously, requiring a property owner to convey an easement to a third party would be a pretty serious condition to put on a variance. So I am thinking, I can read you all the considerations that you can take into account for a variance if you want, but I think that your reservations are a little bit merited here, and that we are potentially at risk of straying beyond what we're supposed to be considering, although it does seem clear that the one crossing versus two, would be sort of good for water.
Let me ask this in a different way then. So let's say that.
Mr. Dale, by the way, your requested alternative plan is on the screen.
Okay, awesome. So what if a motion was made that more or less said that this developer would not object to access as long as the adjacent property owner paid his pro rata share of the improvements? Does that get us any closer?
I mean, I think that, I would like to sort of hear the reaction of the applicant to that. Because like I said, I think we're sort of at the cutting edge here. But the anticipated development appears to be something the compatibility of the proposed use with existing and anticipated development appears to be something you can take into consideration. And then upon consideration of the factors listed above, including that one about anticipated development and the objectives of these regulations, the Stormwater Management Committee may attach such conditions to the granting of variances as it deems necessary to the objectives of these regulations.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dale and Ms. Costonis. I need to recognize Mr. Wall, so I'm going to ask Gangaware to kind of hang tight for a minute and respond to those questions. And Mr. Gangaware, if you'd also be thinking about whether or not your current placement of your crossing would be the best placement if you were to go into a partnership with the adjacent property. Would it shift up or down, because you obviously likely placed it in an optimal in its optimal location for your specific development, not access points for two developments. So if you'll be thinking about that while Mr. Wall comments. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to point out that there could potentially be implications with a shared drive between the two properties or developments with Public Works or Fire or the Fire Department.
Thank you very much. That's entirely appropriate and helpful. All right, Mr. Gangaware, floor is yours.
I am here. So I'm sorry. I've been trying to take notes, but was there a question for me in that?
Yeah. The Ms. Costonis would like you to, I guess, respond to how your client might feel about a potential condition on the variance that an easement be granted. We're getting into all kinds of extraneous circumstances here that Ms. Costonis has already expressed concern may go a little bit beyond the criteria for conditions on a variance. Mr. Walden just raised a concern about Public Works and Fire needing to weigh in on this. And so we don't want other bodies of metro government mandating things before we've had a chance to approach it more holistically. So we want to kind of provide the reverse reaction. So I don't know if that helps you respond better, but fundamentally, I guess the bottom line is do you see flexibility in today's decision, or do you rather pursue a deferral so we can work more this out?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I've been trying to text with my client as we're talking about this. So, for the life of me, I don't see, a shared driveway versus two driveway cuts on Old Hickory Boulevard. I don't know why Public Works would have a problem with that. I think that would be preferable to them. Fire marshal, I'm not sure about as far as a second, access or, what they require. My client, again, we've talked about this previously. This is not a new thought or idea. He's okay and willing to grant an easement to the neighbor for them to use to develop their 66 unit assisted living that's approved. But he would, he would want to have the neighbor share in the cost. If both of them are using the driveway, then it seems fair that the neighbor would at least share the cost 50-50 with him to do that. The fact that, the neighbor's got 66 units approved for assisted living. We're proposing 32. But anyway, so he's willing to do that. The neighbor has to be willing to do that. And I don't know, where the neighbor is on any of this. I don't even know who the neighbor is, other than I've seen their approved plan. So I think our client's willing to provide a shared access, private driveway, vehicular driveway access easement to get over to their property after it crosses the stream.
Thank you, Mr. Gangaware. I think that clarifies it. I think that helps a lot. So, Ms. Costonis, I'm inclined to go to you before I go to Mr. Dale.
Raise my hand to bring up a concern that was just expressed to me in an email by Mr. Hunt, whether a current driveway discussion, whether this was really contemplated in the way that this was noticed for discussion on the agenda today. The considerations regarding the adjacent parcel were not included in that notice. And I thought that was a sufficiently meritorious point to interrupt and mention that. So this is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Stormwater Management Committee, and there is some case law authority that with regard to regularly scheduled meetings, the adequate notice requirements for the degree of specifics in terms of agenda item discussions are a little bit more relaxed. With especially called meetings, they are a higher standard. But having said that, it's possible that people who are interested in the development of the adjacent parcel would have some interest in this discussion and would not know that it was occurring today.
Thank you, Ms. Costonis. And again, I just want to, this is just kind of a point of procedure. I want to thank Ms. Costonis for acknowledging an email that she received from a participant in this public hearing. She did the appropriate thing by reading the email and putting it in the record. So I want to caution everybody from having private communications that you're not making with each other while this public meeting is going on. So, and I received a text from Mr. Mishu to make sure I saw Miss Caitlin's hand raised as well. So, Mr. Wald. So just FYI. All right. So, Mr. Dale, I just want to mention that you were not the first to bring up the opportunity to consider one crossing instead of two. Council Representative Swope did that in his remarks before yours, so if that makes you feel any better.
Okay,
so, Mr. Dale, you're recognized.
This is Roy Dale again. It makes me feel better, but I feel like that I am going to make a motion, and I'm going to move that we approve their request. Actually, I'm not sure I had to rephrase that, but I want them to, I want us to approve the secondary plan that they have here, which allows them to do the removal of material within the floodway in the areas that they're going to plant in. So that would be my motion, that we approve this based upon that. And as far as the access is concerned, I'm probably was overstepping a little bit, but I think that based upon the discussions that I've heard from the applicant, I think they're more than willing to, at some future time, and with the council member also, to have that negotiation. So it's probably not proper for me to add that into this motion. I think that that will probably naturally happen. So to reiterate, I'm going to make a recommendation that we approve the request for this development with the alternate grading plan that provides uncompensated fill. I think there's still 600 cubic yards of uncompensated fill. Is that right, Kevin?
680. 680.
Did you make that work?
Roy, I got it from 5,000 to 680.
Okay.
That's practically a miracle, Mr. Davis.
Okay. So my motion would be to approve 680 cubic yards of uncompensated fill, and that they develop this based upon the alternate plan that they provided, and that they also do the planning mitigation as indicated on their mitigation plan. And that is my motion.
All right, Mr. Dale, thank you for clarifying that motion. I'll revisit everybody's understanding of that motion during the discussion to make sure everybody's clear. Also, I think Mr. Gangewer had indicated in that similar non-conditional encouragement context that you offered, Mr. Dale, that the developer would be willing to provide adjacent drainage improvements at their cost to help adjacent neighbors' concerns. Is that true, Mr. Gangewer, still?
Yes, but to be clear, not, they have to do whatever permitting, designing, whatever, we'll do the construction, but the neighbors have to come up with the design, the plan, whatever permitting, all those kind of things.
Okay. All right, that's a little bit different. Right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for clarification. All right, so we have a motion on the table. Is there a second? And then I'll recognize Ms. Costones. All right, Ms. Stokes, you're recognized.
This is Carrie Stokes. I second the motion to grant the variance with approval of the alternate plan, because they will already be disturbing that area in the buffer.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes. So we have a properly worded and seconded motion. Ms. Costones, I'm going to recognize you. I know you've removed your hand, but I think it is prudent just to make sure that we're on better ground here legally.
I apologize. I did just still have my hand raised from before and had forgotten to take it back down again.
That's all right. I just want to be sensitive to the legal perspective. So that's always a safe thing to do. So I appreciate that. All right. So we have a motion that's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion that any committee member would like to address at this time? Nothing like a long meeting to make a discussion efficient and sufficient. So unless there's any objection, I'm going to call for the vote. Seeing no objection, we are currently posting the vote tally, record of vote on the screen for members of the public and committee to see. Again, we're going to proceed with a voice vote. Please identify yourself as your name is called and your vote. Ms. Stokes.
Carrie Stokes, I vote in favor.
All right, Ms. Stokes, thank you. Mr. Dale.
Roy Dale, I vote in favor.
Mr. Dale, thank you. Ms. Maddox.
Anna Maddox, I vote in favor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Maddox. Dr. Gomez Velez.
Jesus Gomez Velez, I vote in favor.
All right, we have a unanimous vote for the motion as properly seconded, and the motion passes. So that wraps up our fourth case of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gangaware. Thank you for your patience. I'm sitting here for almost 4 hours now. Over 4 hours. Okay, so our last item of business, our other items of business that are appropriate to address that have not been publicly noticed. So I assume these would be more procedural about what we can expect next month. Are we going to be doing this again? Are we going to be back live? Can anybody, does any staff have any procedural business that doesn't violate the public notice requirements that we need to address right now before we adjourn? Ms. Doan, you're recognized.
And this question is also to Ms. Costonas. We had discussed that we wanted to bring a revision to the Stormwater Management Manual appendix that governs the Stormwater Management Committee to the committee for approval. However, we did not send that information to you ahead of time. It is looking like we may not have a June meeting. I'm sure everybody will be horribly disappointed if that's the case. Carrie, is this something that we can discuss now, or do I need to get some of the information ahead of time?
The issue, so it was not on our agenda. So we have the notice concern that was raised in regard to the prior issue about the neighbor's property. That anyone kind of having an interest in commenting on the revision of the rules and procedures of the committee would not know that this is being discussed today. And so that's really not ideal. We would prefer to have that noticed in advance on our agenda prior to proceeding with the committee discussion of it. However, as I mentioned, there is some case law authority that does talk about the agenda requirements for regularly scheduled meetings, such as this one, to be a little bit more relaxed. So I don't think it is completely improper for the committee to go ahead and consider it today. The language that I'm referring to is, this is Appendix F that we're talking about of the Stormwater Management Manual, which contains your internal operating rules and procedures and rules and regulations. F15 says that these rules may be amended at any time by a majority of the members of the committee and shall be in writing and filed in the office of the Metropolitan Clerk. As the staff was working on the current draft of the Stormwater Management Manual, updating the 2016 draft revision, we were, in the context of various different other discussions, kind of aware of a couple of other things that were basically rules and regulations, rules of procedure that we go by in these meetings, but that weren't incorporated into this official set of rules and regulations in Appendix F. And so I suggested that while we were revising the manual anyway, that these additional rules and regulations that we go by, but that are not in that appendix, just be added to that appendix, because that way anyone kind of looking for all rules and regulations applicable to the committee's proceedings would be able to find them all in one place, which, is just kind of better for, public information purposes. And there may have been one additional item that I may have recommended as a change to the rules. I remember what it was. It was that the rules as they're currently written say all action will be taken by resolution. And since we do it really in the form of decision letters, I wanted to kind of just add that in an additional little tweak saying that we would do the resolution in the form of a decision letter, and then adopt those, just to try to kind of conform things to our current practice. And then the other two things that are things that have been adopted by the committee in the past. So this is not really asking you to adopt something new. It's just asking it to be kind of recorded in a different place. Was the rules regarding kind of the timing of presentations that was more recently adopted. You know, that the original presenter has 10 minutes to present their case, or the applicant does. And then, you know, that can be extended, you know, in appropriate cases by the chair. You know, I'm sure you're familiar with those rules because we adopted them within the last few months, I believe. And then the additional matter, Rebecca, it may have been the rules about the placement of the signs for notice. There was some minutes from quite a few years ago where that was adopted, and we still go by that. And Ms. Gilbert dug that up for us, and you know, to make that a little bit easier to find for anyone concerned about those particular regulations, to add those into this Appendix F also, so it all be accessible in one place as opposed to having to search minutes from 2002 or something like that. We thought would be helpful. Am I leaving anything out, Rebecca, or was that everything?
That I believe was everything.
And then Mr. Hunt just emailed me again and made a point that I was thinking about sharing with you as well, which is that the governor's Executive Order 16 that we referred to earlier as enabling this meeting to be conducted by electronic means was actually extended yesterday by the governor. The expiration date on it was originally going to be May 18, but that is now extended through June 30th. So it would, if we were to do a June meeting, and you might not wish to if you had no other matter for the agenda, if we were to do a June meeting, it would be possible to do a June meeting via electronic means under that executive order.
Yeah, this is Dodd. I think anything we need to do to help keep our economy moving forward and conduct business to assist in helping us get back to whatever normal we're going to be having in the future, I'm for. I expect everybody probably supports it as well. This has gone amazingly well due to your staff and our technical folks, Kenneth McCoy and Robert Topowski's work, and others that I'll mention later as we close. I think we set an example for the rest of Metro today in the way this ran. So I appreciate all of you. Rebecca, did that cover it?
Well, is this something we would need to vote on, Terry?
Yes, it would be something that you would need to vote on. Let's see, the language in the rule says these rules may be amended at any time by a majority of the members of the committee and shall be in writing and filed in the office of the Metropolitan Clerk. So I assume that means by a vote of a majority of the members of the committee.
I'm sorry, I got confused. I thought we couldn't vote on these actions today because they weren't publicly noticed. Did I miss? So
that is a question. I'm not giving you as definitive an answer to that question as you would probably like.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not used to that.
I am saying that yes, it would have been better to have noticed it on the agenda and not voted on it without having it noticed in advance on the agenda. However, don't think it would be, because of the case law that I mentioned that does kind of relax the notice and agenda requirements a little bit for regularly scheduled meetings as opposed to specially called meetings. There's an argument to be made that you could go ahead and do it now, even though it is not on the agenda. And kind of the alternative to that is that that you would have to have an electronic meeting in June for no other purpose than to approve those changes to the regulations. And setting up these meetings is, you know, a considerable amount of effort on the part of stormwater staff and ITS staff. So I guess I'm leaving it to your discretion a little bit as to whether you want to kind of err on the side of caution in terms of open meetings compliance and go ahead and put it off and do it in June, which we can at least do electronically as opposed to having to call a meeting in person. But at the same time, you know, it is entirely possible that if you voted on it today, no one would really care or challenge it. And it would be sort of more efficient in terms of staff time overall. So I'm not saying you can't do that. I think there is some authority that suggests that you could do that, even though it wasn't on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Costonis. Okay, so I'm going to make a suggestion here. I'm old and I'm tired, and I think I've got a reasonable solution. Why don't we go ahead and vote on this today, so that we don't have to have a June meeting in the absence of a complaint or a concern being raised, unless some special call meeting or the reason for a case to be heard comes up. And then if we get a concern or complaint, we'll just vote on it again in a properly publicly noticed context. So we'll err on the side of efficiency and we'll fix it on the backside. How does everybody feel about that? Does anybody have a motion? This is the part where a vice chair could step in and help move things along. Ms. Maddox.
I'll make a motion to have a WebEx June meeting.
Okay, so it sounds like we prefer to go ahead and just have a meeting in June, and to properly public notice these updates. And is there a second, Mr. Dale?
I will second her motion.
Okay, so we have a motion that's been made, properly seconded, to hold a meeting in June on WebEx so that we can properly publicly notice these updates and changes. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Am I still on, I guess?
You are, Mr. Dale.
Okay. You know, I want to just say you did a fabulous job today running this meeting.
Thanks,
I watched the council meeting the other night. This has gone much more seamless than theirs did. So someone ought to watch you run this and learn some lessons. I think that we are in a period that things will never be normal, you know, back to normal again, the new normal. And I think that this is somewhat a new normal. And if this is run properly, I think the public actually has a greater opportunity to be involved because they don't have to attend a meeting downtown at hours of the day that they can't attend. So I feel good about this. I'm happy that we're doing this, and I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. I concur. I used to have to work in the billable time world, and man, if you can have less time in commuting and parking and walking into a building and setting up, that you can bill to a client and actually do good work for them instead of being tied up in meetings, I could see this being a real benefit. I'd also like to hope and potentially suggest that there are probably legal reasons about this. If we could see each other's faces in the future, I think it would help a lot. I've been participating in a lot of meetings on Zoom in various capacities, and I've actually felt like I've gotten to know people better because I'm looking at their faces instead of looking down all the time. So, but I greatly appreciate it. So we have a motion and a second, and there's not seeing any other discussion. Let's do another roll call vote. Hang on a second here. My iPad timed out. Okay, so Ms. Stokes.
Carrie Stokes, in favor.
All right, Ms. Stokes, thank you. Mr. Dale.
Roy Dale, in favor.
Ms. Maddox.
Anna Maddox, in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. Ms. Maddox. Dr. Gomez Velez.
Jesus Gomez Velez, in favor.
Okay, so we have a unanimous decision and vote by all those who voted. Motion passes. We're going to have a WebEx meeting in June. And are there any other items of business by staff? Ms. Doan, I reckon.
If we find the timing is possible that we can move the item to the July meeting, would there be an objection?
I may not be able to attend the July meeting as I'm typically in New England that week. I know I'm not going to be with students, but I may have to go up there to do some trip planning for next year since that got canceled due to the pandemic. But I could participate from New England if it's going to be WebEx by that point. But Ms. Maddox can run the meeting as well. But yes, I do think that would be fun. I do think that would be fun. All right. Any other new business, other items of business? Ms. Costones.
I was just going to say that the extension of the executive order is only at this point through June 30th. So we don't know if it might be extended again. It might, but at this point in time, we would not know whether the meeting in July would be able to be held by WebEx as opposed to in person.
Thank you, Ms. Costones. All right. Any other discussion on new business, old business? Just want to point out that it's been verified with legal counsel through Ms. Costones that no vote is necessary for adjournment. So I'll pause for about 15 seconds to see if anybody wants to raise a hand about any other discussion or business. Anybody want to say something about how nice Roy looks today? Okay. I want to thank everybody. We are officially adjourned. I do want to mention this went well because of Kenneth McCoy, Robert Topowski. Thank you for Representative Swope attending. Penny Gilbert, Steve Mishu, Rebecca Doan, Michael Hunt, Teresa Costones, Logan Bowman, Caitlin DeWall, Tom Palco, and Roger Lindsay. We appreciate all of you. This was amazing. And we're adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.org.